Meeting will come to order. Welcome to the regular board meeting in the Vet Irrigation District Board of Directors for March 27th, 2026. Just a little bit of housekeeping. I see right now we're okay. If we're for per fire department, we can't allow standing beside the up against the walls. If you can't find a chair, we do have additional seating outside. So if you're standing, if you can please exit the room. And the staff will, if you've been given a number, the staff will be going out and calling those numbers if you're outside. So we will just pretend like you're just part of the meeting. There is a jumbotron out there to watch the proceedings. And we're sorry for the inconvenience this morning, but it is a popular meeting. Okay. All right, at this time, join me with a pledge of allegiance to the flag. Yes. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Division 1.
Here.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 3.
Here.
Division 4.
Here.
Division 5.
Here. Thank you. At this time, we would like to take a moment to remember and acknowledge the life of an NID employee who passed this past week. His name was David Straub. Our thoughts and our prayers go out to the family and friends and especially coworkers here who knew and worked with him. Let's just take a moment of silence to remember his life and his contribution to NID. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time we'll take, this time we'll take public comment for items not on the agenda. As you all know, this meeting is the only agenda items are to talk about the objections and the rate increase. And so we will have plenty of opportunity to do that at that time during the public hearing. But if you have an item you'd like to talk about at this time that's not on the agenda, that pertains to NID, that's what this time is for. If you'd like to do that, come up to the microphone, state your name, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. And that pertains also those who are watching online this morning. That's the blue cards are for the public hearing part pertaining to the protest, okay? Or comments at that time, yes. So
relating to the rate increase?
Yes.
So if you have a public comment about an interaction?
That would be now. That would be now. Just step up to the microphone. Yes. It's all right. Go ahead.
Robert Chavez. I've been a user for NID for a long time, 35 years, you said? Anyway, I wanted to give I'm here, of course, in opposition to the rent increase, but since you're willing to take a moment to listen to comments about recent interactions, we recently had a outage on our line, on our canal line. Lasted quite a while. I didn't even know about it. The neighbor told me. But anyway, in our efforts to figure out what was going on, happened, of course, we put the call in to the customer service and they'll get back to you, which that's questionable. But anyway, I happened to run into the ditch tender that was responsible for our canal. And I said, gee whiz, we don't have any water. He didn't know anything about it. So he said, I'll take a look into it. But I got to tell you, the comment that he gave me was what was the most disturbing. And I ran into this guy last year. They usually keep pretty much the same tender on each canal. And he said to me, well, you have a lot of high water users up canal from you. So the reason, and I said, well, my comment back to him specifically was, yes, I understand that. However, is that person's 20 inches more important farther up the canal than my 3 inches here towards the end of the canal? And if that's the attitude from NID that the users get, small, large, doesn't matter. I consider myself probably a small user, maybe average, I don't know. But if he's saying I don't have water at my box because of large users farther up the canal, then what are you supposed to do about that?
Sir, what canal was that on?
Gold Blossom Canal.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Sorry, and I'm sorry that I have to report that or
No, that's what
in
we're here
front of
for.
everybody. But that speaks to that speaks to my experience with a lot of times my interactions with NID. Of course, I never have an interaction with NID unless there's an outage or there's a problem or something like that. Unfortunately, it's like a lot with law enforcement. You never have a good time with law enforcement. You're never at your best.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak to something not on the agenda this morning?
My name's Steve Tyndall. I'm also on the Gold Blossom Canal. Our boxes are at the bitter end, so we're the first ones to run out. But I find it interesting that when you call now and there's an outage on the weekend, kind of if and when they do call you back, they seem to say, well, that's now a Monday problem. And if it's 105 degrees out, my plants need water on the weekend too. So I don't know when that changed, but I definitely feel like in the past, someone did call and it would be, okay, it's going to be 24 hours. We know there's a problem. We're trying to let more water out. And you'd be like, okay. But now it seems to be more like it's a Monday issue. Sure. Yeah, I pay for it 24/7, so I want to use it 24/7.
Thanks for letting us know. I'll look into it.
No problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? Items not on the agenda. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Haynes. I moved my family up to North Auburn in summer of 2024. We've been up here for about 2 years. It was a great fresh start and a brand new home, newly built. We were excited. And little by little, we ended up with health issues. My children were passing out. They were getting rashes. I had what looked like lupus for 8 months. I went from doctor to doctor to get answers. I didn't get the answers until I had my home water checked. And what I mean by checked, it was certified water tested, and it came out with problems. So I'm looking for accountability. I'm looking for answers. I would like to know what you've done with the last pay increase for everybody, where you raised the rate 17%. So the cleaning of the water that NID is doing, you're putting high levels of chlorine in it, and it's causing a chemical reaction. And that chemical reaction is putting chloroform in our drinking water at high levels. There are also other chemicals that are being put in there that are cancer causers. I have a copy of my home report. It was done in a certified lab testing facility. And I'm hopeful that you guys will be transparent, offer information, what you've been doing, what you haven't been doing, what you should be doing. And if you are going to increase our water rates, I would like to know what you're doing to clean up our water, because I would imagine I'm not the only one here with health issues related to NID's water practices. I'm going to give you a copy of the entire story of how I ended up in the ER, how my children are all going to the doctor. And I would really, really appreciate some accountability, transparency. Who would like this?
Is the address there too? Thank you for your comments. Anybody else like to comment on items not on the agenda?
I'd like to ask you a question.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Gary Flint. I've been a customer for quite a while. A while back, you did a rate increase to build the Parker Dam. I've never seen the Parker Dam. We did pay the rate increase, and this went over a 5-year period. And now you're back here asking for another 5-year period rate increase. But still, there's no Parker Dam.
Sir, we're asking for items not on the agenda. We'll get to the whole,
That's a pretty big item to me.
we're going to cover the rate increase with
Okay,
a public hearing.
I'll be back.
Okay, get a little blue ticket. Thank you. Anybody else?
You do have a hand online.
Okay, is it Carl? Carl online, go ahead.
Carl, please unmute yourself. Online. *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carl. I live just above the Washington Fire Camp. You guys know where it is, up Highway 20?
Yes.
Okay. I've been
Take a
retired
moment.
for like 42 years. And I'm a fisherman. And these last couple years have been really bad for me because I can't really fish anywhere. I can't really drive hours away to go fishing. And you guys have basically locked me out of all the places that I was fishing with my boat. I have to drive all the way up to Truckee to go fishing at Boca or Stampede. I don't go down the hill. I'm sure there's lots of other fellows like me that have been fishing these lakes locally that live in the area, and we don't really have anywhere to go because of you guys' restrictions and lake closures. And I really don't want to die. You know, I don't have too many years left not being able to fish the places that I've been fishing for decades. When are you guys going to open those upper lakes back up? It says temporary closure.
Jennifer, do you want to answer?
Yes, there is information available on our website. I believe Jackson Meadows is now open Thursday through Sunday. Is it open? Monica's not in here, but there is correct information on our website.
What about the other 2 lakes?
I would recommend, sir, that you look at your website, and I'm happy to talk to you offline about it. I'm not exactly sure what other 2, are you talking about Bowman or?
Bowman and Sawmill.
And
I have a
Sawmill?
little boat.
Yeah, I think for this year, Jackson Meadows is going to be open. I just don't have the whole lake closure list in front of me. Yeah.
We'd have to talk to him.
We'll have to get back to you.
I mean, there's a lot of that live up here, been here for years, and we don't go down the hill, down to where you're worried about those mussels, and you're affecting all of us up here. And it's not like those lakes are Folsom Lake, you know? These lakes are 100 miles away from those infected areas that you're worried about, and you're affecting the local people that don't even go over there. And Bowman Lake, have any of you guys ever been there? People that go to the Delta don't go to Bowman Lake. They don't take those kind of boats into Bowman Lake. Have you ever been there?
Sir, thank you for your comment. This is an ongoing challenge we have with the mussel, and we're continuing to work on it. Anybody else like to comment this morning? Items not on the agenda. All right, seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda. First item is water rates, legal objection. I think Council Dustin is going to address this.
Yeah, good morning, board and members of the public. My name's Dustin Cooper. I serve as general counsel for the district. I'll start by saying this item is not the public hearing. We'll be getting to that immediately after this item. But this is a requirement before we get to the public hearing. It's actually a narrower item than may what appear at first glance. It's based on a new law that was passed just over a year ago now to address a problem in the Proposition 218 process where objecting parties were not raising their legal concerns to the agency considering a rate increase. They would basically withhold their concerns until after the process was completed and then pursue litigation after adoption. And they wouldn't even give the public agency an opportunity to review or respond or, potentially change course. So this is the legislative response to that. The technical term is exhaustion of administrative remedies. We received 40 objections that run the full spectrum of concerns. Many of them are policy-related concerns, really just protests, which will be the second item that the board considers today. So, many of the written objections were really just protests, giving policy rationale for why the rate increase ought not to proceed. There were several that did raise legal issues that the district was able to respond to, consider, and even clarify some things in the written responses. Just by way of structure of what's before the board, you have a resolution. Exhibit A to that resolution is redacted forms of each of the 40 objections that we received. And then Exhibit B to the resolution is the district's proposed written response. And as I said at the outset, this is not the public hearing. You as the public will have opportunity here after this item to comment about the proposed rate change. This is a narrow item just related to the written objections received, and it deals with the district's legal responsibility to provide written responses to those objections before we get to the public hearing. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the board if there are any.
Board have any questions?
No.
All right. Go ahead.
Council, the one question I had was the responses that were made to the objections and board action, should we take it, the recommended action, then what happens to those responses to the objections? Do the folks who made the objections receive those responses, or have they already? Can you just kind of fill me and the public in a little bit on the process?
Yeah, so the law does not require anything further. And this is a new law, so this is still kind of an emerging area, but what I would recommend, and I have not had a chance to talk with staff yet about this, but I would recommend that the district send a letter just thanking the objecting party for their participation in the process, and then directing them to the agenda link, which contains the written responses. You have to make several assumptions, that obviously you approve this item, and then you approve the rate schedule. That's the next item. But if those two hypothetical events happen, that would then trigger a 120-day statute of limitations period where any of those 40 parties could then potentially pursue litigation against the district. That litigation would be narrowed to the issues that they've raised as part of this process.
Thank you.
So am I misunderstanding it that they have that option? I thought I read that they don't have the option once they've made this objection.
The mic.
Did everybody hear me? No. Sorry. Yeah, my question was, I thought once they made the objection, once the objection was not, how do I want to say, was not approved, I thought the wording said that they didn't have opportunity to do that.
You are correct.
Okay.
The district in the draft responses as to several of the written objections has made the determination that they did not exhaust administrative remedies. So, in fairness to folks in the audience here and online, there's a written objection and then there's a written protest. And, that's what the legislature decided to call these things. And that seems to be closely related. And I think some folks got confused that, of course, I want to object to the rates, so I'm going to give you this objection form. And they didn't articulate any legal reasons why the rate increase ought not to proceed. They just expressed policy reasons. So we're still counting that objection as a protest, but we have proposed that in the written response that because they did not give us any legal reasons why the rate increase ought not to proceed, that they have not exhausted their administrative remedies. So there are several of the 40 objections that fall into that category.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification. And just to reiterate what Dustin is saying, this was very narrow policy where you're focused only on legal objections to what we are doing legally or not in this process, not a protest to the rates. And that's, so they tried to help the situation and made it more difficult. So at the same time, so that's the process.
So we're voting to accept the opposite or tell me the term, the
Yeah,
correct term.
You're voting to approve the written responses to the objection. And as part of your resolution, you would be making the determination to proceed to the next item, which is the protest hearing.
Thank you, Dustin.
So we've satisfied the legal requirement, that we are legal in what we're doing. Now we'll move on to the next one after we resolve this one.
So I move to accept the written responses
Just,
and to move on.
See,
Second.
just to clarify, that is adoption of the resolution.
resolution number.
2026.
There we go.
24.
That's 24.
Moved and seconded. Is there any
24.
Is there any further board discussion? Any member of the public like to comment on the resolution as we're talking about?
There is a hand.
Not protest, that's going to come up. If you want to comment on the resolution, the legal ease here, that's what we're talking about.
Good morning, Tyler Black. My question is, have all the board members reviewed all 40 objections? They have?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was just wondering if some of these objections go on to lawsuits or potential lawsuits, if they could be mediated instead of taken all the way to a full lawsuit. I don't know whether you use mediation services or not, but people like Al Dover are out there, retired judge, he would be excellent for something like that. Anyway, to keep the cost of litigation down anywhere, whether it's this or anywhere else.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Is this a matter of public record, the objections in the written letters in response?
They should
Is it
be
on the
I
website?
think they should be all.
It was part of the agenda packet.
Yes. That would be online.
The agenda packet encompasses all of these papers.
But that's all online.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. But we don't know if any of them will move on to litigation, right?
No.
We don't know.
No,
You don't know until you don't know.
You don't know till it happens. Yes.
Until it happens.
Yes. Anybody else like to comment on the resolution? All right. Go ahead.
So, Dustin, you don't intend to directly respond to the objections, just the statement that's made in the agenda? Or the blanketed statement is not directly for my objection?
So, Trevor, your response is at beginning at page 42 of Exhibit B. And let me see if I can find the.
So he did prepare responses to every one of the objections, and those are all in the packet.
So it's page 25 of Exhibit B is the start of.
I see. You didn't respond in line. You responded above them in the packet.
Yeah. So again, the structure is there's a resolution. Exhibit B is a redacted form of each of the objections received, including the two objections that you made. And then Exhibit B is the district's proposed written response to each objection.
Okay, thank you.
Is that hand online? Okay. Jeez.
Take it, carpetbagger.
Oops, he went offline. All right, anybody else like to comment on the resolution before us?
And there's another hand up.
Okay. Matthew, go ahead online. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, it should be unmuted. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The question I have with regards to the objections is if they cite case law as part of their objection and violation of Prop 218 as it is part of the California Constitution.
Mr. Martin, sorry to interrupt you, but we're getting a lot of feedback. I believe you might have two audio sources going at the same time. If you could mute one of them, we could hear you.
Okay. Is that any better?
Wait, talk again. I think you got it. Yes, that's better.
I've been vamoosed.
Oh, you're good. We can hear you now.
Are you able to hear me better now?
Yes, go ahead.
My question regarding the objections is, if in the objection they cite case law, previous litigation against water associations, and if they also address the possible violation of the Constitution as Prop 218 is written, do you consider those merely protests or are they actual objections?
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I sort of did.
Well,
Sir, you still have a feedback. We're getting a lot of feedback. Hardly able to hear you. We'll try to answer your
How
question.
about if I go deep?
Yeah, I think, Matthew, I think I understood your question, but yeah, we are still having some audio issues. But yes, whether legal citation was used or not, or legal analysis was provided, we considered each objection received, and each objection received a response from the district.
That wasn't my question. My question is, how do you discern between a protest and an actual objection?
Yeah, the objection had a specific form that the district
Yes.
required.
I understand that.
And the protest process the district had an optional form, which
Understood.
customers
You're
could
not
use
answering
but
my
didn't have to
question, sir.
use.
My question is, if in the actual objection form, you cite the possible violations of the California Constitution as Prop 218 is written, and you cite previous case law between public entities such as NID and ratepayers, if these are cited in your objection, do you consider that an actual objection, or are you creating just a side pocket of protest out of it? I dropped my words wrong.
That's right.
Yeah, I think, sir, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think potentially what you're referencing is there were some responses to objections that although they did not meet the standard to have case law that substantiate the legal objection, we did make a comment that we would go ahead and accept it also as a protest. So if there is language that says, no, this did not meet the legal objection standard, the district will consider it a formal protest as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Let's see, we got PCWA would like to talk. Go ahead. There we go. Unmute yourself. That's *6 to unmute yourself.
PCWA knows how to. If you would like to speak, please unmute yourself.
PCWA knows how to run a water agency, and you guys don't.
Is that your only comment, Carl?
Well then, okay. Anybody else like to comment on the resolution concerning the legal objections? All right, Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. With that, moves us on to the water service rate schedule 27 to 31. We'll start by receiving a presentation on the proposed water rates from Jennifer.
Mr. Eric, our consultant from Bardo Wells, will actually be providing the presentation, but I did just want to notify the board as well as the public. So the plan is to have a very brief presentation. It is primarily slides that if anybody has been following us along in this process has seen before. Then we will open the formal public hearing. What is different about a formal public hearing compared to how we operate or run some of our other items is that we are simply taking public testimony. So there will not be the traditional back and forth you might be used to in some of our other items. And then the public hearing will be closed. So with that, Eric, would you like to, if the board is ready, it's a very brief presentation. So we will initiate that. Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good morning, members of the public and members of the board. Oh, yep. Sorry about that. Excuse me. All right. Thank you. My name is Eric Helgeson. I'm a principal consultant with Bardo Wells Associates and was the project manager for this study. Sorry, I'm trying to get that. There we go. Today I'm going to do a brief overview of our approach to the study, talk about the financial drivers that drove our recommendations, and then highlight the modifications and proposed rates. The objectives of the study are to, one, ensure that revenues are sufficient to fund the district's operating costs, debt service, and to fund all the capital projects that have been identified as necessary to continue to provide a high level of service. The second objective is to ensure that the rates are legally compliant. The key driver of this is Proposition 218, and in order to be compliant, rates must be proportional to the service provided. And so that drove many of our recommendations for any rate structure changes. And finally, our goal was to have the rates be incremental and predictable and minimize, only make changes that impact customers when necessitated by the first two objectives. The study process entails collecting all of the district's financial information, costs, capital plans, and identifying the amount of revenue needed to fund all of those activities. We then look at all of the customer data and develop rates that are proportional to the costs provided or the service provided. We're here at the end of the 218 process, which is the public hearing. Prop 218 has substantive and procedural requirements. The procedural requirements state that the district must mail notices at least 45 days prior to holding a public hearing. And those notices show the maximum rates that the district can adopt. The substantive requirements of Prop 218 entail that costs cannot exceed rates cannot exceed the cost of service, and rates must be proportional to the service provided. So that again is what drives the whole cost of service study that we perform, linking the rates to the cost of providing the service. The district is a self-supporting, and the water enterprise is self-supporting. Rates are the main source of revenue, and therefore rates need to be set at the level that's adequate to fund the cost of providing service. The district has significant capital costs over the next 5 and 10 years. During the 5-year rate period, rates are projected, capital costs are projected to be about $140 million. In total, over the next 10 years, it's going to be about $235 million. And to support these significant capital costs, the district will need to issue debt. Over the 5-year rate period, we're projecting debt service will increase, will double from $4 to $8 million. In addition to that, costs continue to rise. Operating costs we're projecting will increase at a rate of about 4% per year. And costs have been rising since the last rate increase in 2020 as well. Also, the district will need to be able to maintain a prudent reserve in order to be able to finance those capital projects as well and be prepared for emergencies. This figure shows the original projection for the district's finances that drove the study. This shows rates increasing, the rate increases beginning in 2026. Each column represents the costs that the district is projected to incur, and the green line represents the revenue, and the dotted black line represents the reserve. So essentially, the district was using some reserves. The revenues were keeping pace with the costs, and then building back up to the previous level of reserve. With the year delay from the original projection, revenues are still will still keep pace with the expenses. However, the district will need some additional debt to supplement some of the capital costs. For potable water, there were 3 key recommendations. The first was to move from a 2-tier rate structure to a single rate tier, a uniform rate structure. And that's to reflect the cost of providing service to those customers. Customers still pay for what they use, but we felt a uniform rate was more proportional to the current cost of providing service. We also combined the regulatory fee into the overall fixed charge, and it's not a separate fee any longer. And finally, outside district rates are not receiving customers that don't pay property tax are no longer receiving offset from the property tax revenues and hydroelectric revenue as well. So this shows the proposed potable rates. The fixed charge is moving from, including the regulatory fee, $31.23 to $32.69 in the proposed rates as of January 1st. And the volumetric rate for both tiers will be moving to $3.21 with the proposed rates. The raw water modifications and proposed, I think the slide moved. The main modifications for the raw water customers were the allocation of the inside and outside costs of only allocating the property tax to the inside district customers, and also only allocating the hydroelectric revenues to offset the revenue requirement for inside district customers as well. The proposed summer inside district raw water rate, the fixed rate would go from $5.70.99 to $6.60 and 60 cents, and then the volumetric rate per miner's inch would go from $336.48 to $393.50 for inside district rates. The next step, and I guess Jennifer, do you want to go over the next steps?
Sure, and I briefly overviewed them. So essentially, we will. The next big item is to open and close the public hearing.
I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Eric, how many of these do your company use or do these each year?
That's a good question. I would say public hearings. I'd probably do 15 or 20 a year, something like that.
So you're pretty experienced.
I've done a few, yes.
Okay. And I'd like to point out, we were asked by a rancher to delay the implication of July 1st until January 1st. And I want to just note that we're dipping into reserves for about $25 million instead of charging that immediately. So it's a community saving about $25 million right off the bat. So I just want to make that note. We did make an adjustment already.
That's a funny question.
I'd like to verify something also. These are cap rates, correct? So under 218,
No,
under Proposition 218, these are the maximum rates that we can charge over the next 5 years. We can set rates that are lower if we have a way of doing so, correct?
That's correct.
And we can also charge different rates for treated water versus raw water based on the expenses that come to treated water and raw water. So raw water cannot pay for treated water's expenses, and treated water cannot pay for raw water's expenses, correct?
Correct. Although I will note the raw water system flows into the treated system, so all treated customers do pay a proportional amount of raw water costs as well.
Yeah, raw water does not pay anything for treated water.
Including the backbone extension.
Correct. The raw water would not be paying for that.
Okay, any more questions from the board? Then we will move on to the public hearing portion. It is now time to hear from the public. I would like to remind everyone that if you wish to file a written protest against the proposed increases to water rates, you must deliver it to the drop box located in the lobby outside the boardroom before the close of the public hearing. So you still have time to do a protest. And those don't need a formal form. They just need a written piece of paper. Only written protests, not oral comments that meet the requirements for a valid written protest will be considered as part of the written protest count. The requirements for a valid written protest under Proposition 218 were mailed to all district customers in March of 2026. There are additional copies of that notice available on the district's website at nidwater.com, NID water rate adjustments. Only written protests, which include the assessor's parcel number or street address of the property receiving water service, are signed by the property owners or tenants, and are received by the district before the close of the public hearing, will be counted to determine whether or not there is a majority protest to the proposed rate increases. A majority protest under Proposition 218 would occur if 12,537 or 50% plus one valid written protests are filed with the secretary before the close of the public hearing. Public speaking is available in person via a number system and online via Zoom. The agenda for today's meeting contains the Zoom link and is available on NID website, nidwater.com. Public comments will be taken in turn with a 3-minute time limit per comment. For in-person comments, please sign in with the staff on the intake form and take a number. The moderator will call out the upcoming 10 numbers at appropriate time. Please be prepared in line to follow the number in front of you. And I think the staff will be handling all of this, whether you're inside or outside. For online comments, use the raise hand from your computer or phone. Once called on by the meeting moderator, unmute yourself to speak. The board president holds the right to remove anyone from the meeting, either in person or online, if they are disrupting the proceedings. Also, the board president holds the right to stop anyone from public comment if they run past the 3-minute allotted time. I will now open the public hearing. I'd just like to remind you all that this is generally a comment time, not a give and take, and not a question time. The question time is past now, so we will note those, but we will not be engaging in dialogue at this time. This is strictly for receiving comments. So with that, who has number one?
I'm the lucky,
You're the lucky one. Well, welcome.
is this on?
Yes, sir. Would you
Test,
state your-
test.
state your name, please?
My name is Steve Darden. I'm a veteran, and my wife Marcia and I are both retired teachers, seniors, and on fixed incomes. This is our 38th season growing blueberries on our farm, Blueberry Hill. Blueberry Hill was founded on ag water and was started in the early 1940s. When NID brought treated water down 174, we hooked up and became your 15,000th water meter customer. We even have a bulletin somewhere, or our pictures are somewhere on a wall here. We've always enjoyed a good working relationship with NID. Whenever we had water issues, be it air locks in our system or no water in our box due to mud blockages from ditch water or breaks in the line, an NID operations person would either speak to us over the phone, or sometimes they'd actually come out onto the property and work out a solution, which I really appreciated. We appreciate the good relationship we've had with NID these past 38 years, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Please consider our needs before finalizing the large rate increases for farmers. As a farmer, I worry about the future of small local farms and their ability to keep up with so many rising costs. They're in danger of being priced out of business because the cost of soil amendments, fertilizers, diesel, gasoline, electricity, farm equipment, netting, which I'm doing right at the moment, and irrigation supplies all have gone up enormously. Please consider our present needs by lowering your proposed increases in raw water delivery for farmers. This will give us a helping hand in order to sustain our historic, productive, community-serving farm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris?
Yes.
I request that everyone tells us how many inches of water they get or what size meter they have. Just what? Could I request that all the speakers tell us how much water they get, either by how many inches or what size meter? I would just like-
It would be optional, but if you'd like to
Yes.
provide.
I have four minors inches. We started with 3/4 of an inch back in the day and have increased over time.
And I assume this is raw water, not treated water, because you mentioned the treated water.
That's 4 inches of raw water. We also have treated water on our
Right.
property.
Right. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you guys. It's been good so far. Let's keep it good.
Okay, we'll try.
And just a note, Mr. President, we are running the timer. So if
Okay.
the timer buzzer goes off, that is what that
Got a buzzer?
It's got
It does, but it's not that intrusive.
Okay. I assume you're number two, Trevor?
That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, President Beerwagon, members of the board. Want to thank General Manager Hanson and the entire staff and the board for the strong financial position Nevada Irrigation District is in today. The district is very solvent, maintains over 135 million in reserves, and continues to deliver reliable water on a dependable schedule to every customer, treated and raw. That is no small accomplishment, and I appreciate the professionalism and the hard work that goes into delivering that every day. With that said, I believe we can do better for our ratepayers and for our community. Before finalizing any rate increase, I respectfully ask the board to consider 3 additional tools that are available to you today. First, bonding. Not enough talking about this today or in the process, in my opinion. Similar water agencies across California have issued 19 million to 180 million in revenue bonds to spread large CIP costs over 20 to 30 years instead of asking the ratepayers to absorb that in a small window of, say, 5 years. Second, reserves and asset sales. The 2024 audited financials show $102.9 million in unrestricted net position. This is money the board can direct at any time to be used any way you see fit. Excuse me. We also own surplus properties along the Bear River and in the hydro portfolio. that could be used to generate additional revenue and offset these exorbitant rate increases. Third, grants. Peer agencies like Amador Water Agency have secured tens of millions of dollars in grants and low-cost financing for exactly the same types of projects that NID has put on the 5-year CIP that is used to justify this rate increase, yet no comparable grants have been received or aggressively pursued for the capital program. I ask that General Manager Hansen reestablish the former oversight committees, including the Finance Committee, the Investment Committee, and the Agricultural Working Group with local stakeholders that used to exist. These groups would greatly improve transparency and help rebuild trust with the community. And finally, I ask any rate increase the board ultimately adopts includes strong guardrails and specifically a sunset clause. Everything is based on the 5-year CIP. So at the end of the time of those projects being completed, a sunset clause would drop the rates back down to an appropriate level. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
How many inches, Trevor? You have 10? 10 inches? Or 8?
Hi, I'm Trevor Calder. I have a ranch in South Placer and I take 5 inches of
5 inches, okay.
water.
Thank you, Trevor. Number 3, we have a number 3 out there. Oh,
If numbers,
Mr. President, in the community.
if could maybe go stand in the back so that you're
yes.
ready to go.
Good morning. My name is Carl McCosker. I'm Vice President of the Farm Bureau. I'm also a targeted grazer in the area, and I graze on properties that use hundreds of inches of NID water. It has been a very fast 45 days, roughly, since we first found out about this proposed increase. And I started my tutelage on NID and rates. And it's been quite a learning experience. At the end of it, I am still convinced that this proposal and these rates that have been shown are the highest possible rates that could happen, are problems that could happen to pay, the lowest possible income sources that comes from NID. And as Trevor mentioned, no additional or calculations of what could come in on grants and other areas of income, including a clear understanding of what the bonds could do. We know that this is also, I would like to reiterate the elimination of those community committees that used to provide information to both the board and to the director of NID, and were not consulted or formed or part of the process. In closing, this presentation has not convinced me of the need of as big of a rate increase, which will, for farmers, it'll be over 85%. For our treated water people, it will be over 80% over the next 5 years. And the board should reconsider the amount and the way forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Morning.
Good morning, board. David and Barbara Galino, Galino Ranch, NID customers, 49 years. NID family worked since 1952 at NID. Small agricultural producers. Here to express our concerns of the high rate. The first meeting, we discussed it. They offered a 9% and a 12%. And I spoke to everybody and said, take the 9%, but here we are with the 12%. 7% would be better, that we might be able to get by with. This 12% is just about the last nail in the coffin to change the dynamics and the culture of Nevada County and the fabric of the people that work in agriculture and produce a crop. So I'm asking you folks to explore the possibility of trying the 9%. You got anything, Barbara? Thanks very much for your efforts.
Do we have a number 5?
Hello again. I'm Cheryl Haynes. I live in Nevada County and I live in Dark Horse. I'm a homeowner. When we started having health challenges, I started to dig in and did research. I have a 20-year background as a purchasing manager, accounting and finance. So these are some of the questions that I came up with after thoroughly reviewing everything I could get my hands on online. So I'd like to understand why the water quality reports are so outdated. Your own website posts a report from 2023. EWG.org posts a report from 2024 with concerns and carcinogens in the water. So I'm looking for what any type of an increase is going to do to impact the quality of our water. I'm happy to see that we are embracing Prop 218 with transparency. I'd like to see more. I went through your website. I went through your accounting. There's a lot of questions, and the blending of the electrical generation as well as the water and how the finances appear to be blended for the homeowners that are getting both electric home power as well as water. So where is the divide? Where is the responsibility over the large capital projects? Where are they divided accounting wise? Is this increase going directly to finance large electrical projects? And I do realize that you guys are not moving forward with building that part of the NID structure based upon some information I read the other day. But I would like to understand where the lines are on that and why there is such a large increase hitting the water customers when many of the large capital projects are electrical based. Also, the EPA has put out large funding grants. I would like to understand if NID has applied for any of those. As the funds are being put out in California. Thank you.
And I'd just like to respond. If you would like those questions answered, we're happy to do that offline. We have covered all of that information in our workshops previous to this meeting. So we have addressed all of those issues already. Yeah. Yes. So somebody would be happy to talk to you about that.
Before the next speaker starts, can I ask for numbers 7 through 9 to just kind of get ready so that as soon as he's done, that'd be great.
Number 6.
Morning.
Morning, Michael. Go ahead.
My name is Michael Taylor, and I live in District 1, and I am not an NID customer. I'm a consumer of foods products farmed in Nevada County. My concern is with the raw water increases. I'm still having a hard time understanding how raw water and treated water work out to be the exact same amount in its percentages and increases. What further confused me was the hydro meeting last week, I think it was, that there is an offset of millions of dollars for raw water. So it's again, I'm I'm challenged in seeing the justification for raw water over treated water being so high. And I will continue to try to educate myself and learn more about that. I'm going to go back to something else I brought up the last time you guys had a meeting several months ago about the 5%, removing the 5% prepayment for raw water. If I understand this correctly, you guys have separated raw water and treated water. And I don't see why you guys can't still offer a 5% prepay decrease for raw water, which is separate from treated water. So I don't see how the Prop 218 actually plays into supporting that decision to get rid of the 5% for the raw water. So raw water is paying the same percentage in increase as treated water. However, they're also losing 5%. So raw water is actually paying more for water than treated water. So I urge you guys to find a way to give the 5% back and to challenge staff to how is it possible that 12% annually for raw water and treated water actually pencils out accurately, responsibly, transparently. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Blagg, what number are you? Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler Blagg. Glad to be here. Actually, I live in Lodi, so I drove 2 hours today to be here. It's a very important issue. A little about my background. My family and I, we farm cattle, wine grapes, and hay in San Joaquin County, and we have cattle here in Nevada County. You asked about inches of water. We buy through our leases 85 inches of water a year. So I know we're not one of the biggest, but close to the top. Be a huge impact on our operation. I also want to start off by thanking the Cattlemen's Association and the County Farm Bureaus. If you guys are not a member, I would highly suggest you join those organizations. We've got them work together to help go about this and bring awareness because everybody was pretty asleep and didn't realize what was going to happen. Couple concerns I have. One is, last year, something that we're not talking about, but it's just a past issue, kind of went away. You guys gave up the water right on the Centennial Dam. I'm 42 years old. That decision is going to affect people forever, right? You never give up a water right. I don't care who you are. You could sell it, but never give it up. With the 100+ people you had lined up to buy it after, you guys could have sold that and made money for the district. So that happened last year. This year now we have the price increase, right? The other challenge I see continually is that the staff are directing the board. The board, you guys need to step up. Get informed, make sure you're making the right decisions, ask the right questions. That's the reason you're on the board. The other part I see is you guys don't get it, but in where I live, I have to pay for water even though I'm 5 miles from the nearest pipeline. So here you have a rate increase. I have to pay the fee on my taxes on the different properties we own no matter what. So it's something that I care about. And the reason it's important because the other concern I think that a lot of people don't see here, we need to keep the water in our area, right? I see this in other districts around the state. This happens. We're looking for money. You get a call from Met in LA, from whoever it might be. Hey, let's sell some water, right? I don't want that to happen. I want the water to stay here. We talk about property sales. I think you have the property in Colfax that you can't even get a semi truck into that supposedly you guys spent $8 to $9 million for. Hey, let's sell that. Let's get some revenue. Let's fill this back up, right? The other important thing I want to remind you is that this year in November, there's 3 of your seats that are up for election. I'm working hard, everything I can do to make sure that we have candidates that'll run against you to make sure that you're held accountable. Thank you.
Don't worry, easier said than done. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm all aware about elections. My name's Itera. I live in near the Chicago Park area. I get 2 inches of raw water. And whatever that is. I have no idea what a effing miner's inch is. Maybe Beer Wagon can come and educate me about what even that means.
22.
All I know is that the water gets down to me. That's great. So I'm in a water collective, and and there's about 20 or 30 families. But when it comes to protest, we get one and not 20. And so I'd like to see that change, because we're each paying into that, and yet we get one vote on the protest. Last time we had a protest, I was more energetic than this time, and I was able to get 7,000 signatures, short of the 13,000 plus one that I needed. I just didn't have the energy to climb that hill this time, but I do think it's important that NID figure out what the email is of every customer that buys water from NID, so that you can email people and ask them how they feel about a rate increase, rather than a brochure that I don't even know who receives that and gets the information that we're in a situation where we're going to have a major increase, 50%. That's something that I can handle, but I know that most of my neighbors cannot. So I'm really concerned about protecting our community, and given all the expertise that we're supposed to have as citizens, I just find this overwhelming. This man gave a presentation, and even though I consider myself educated, it was very difficult to understand what the hell he was talking about. No offense to you, it's just that we have trouble educating ourselves on all the different requirements that are needed, and we would like to see more effort put into contacting our water rate payers and give them an opportunity to respond through email and not through the brochure. Write a letter to us with your property number and all that. It's just hard to get that information. And we really appreciate what NID does. Water delivery is super important. And so we thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Itara.
Mr. President, before number 9 comes up, if numbers 10, 11, and 12 can be ready to go. I'm seeing that there is no one online yet that has raised their hand. So if you're online and you're trying to raise your hand, it's not that we're avoiding you. We haven't seen a hand raised. So just want to make sure that's clear. There also is a handful of people waiting in the parking lot. So those of you that are in here, there's another equally as large group in the parking lot currently, and many of them are willing to speak on public comment. So we're on number 9.
Number 9.
Thank
you, Greg.
Hi, my name's Joe Wellhoff, and I'm from the Great Republic of Rough and Ready, down in Rough and Ready. And I thank you for allowing us to speak and share our hearts and our concerns here today. I appreciate that a lot. My last time I spoke here, it was okay to ask questions. That's happened a while, but I just want to ask questions, but no answers. I don't expect those, and I just can submit this to Jennifer afterwards. And I really believe that a lot of these questions I'm going to ask are on people's minds as well. So, how long has NID known about the problem with the Scotts Flat spillway? Why were the costs of the spillway not budgeted back when that was? How long has NID known about the problem with South Yuba Canal? Why were the costs for the South Yuba Canal not budgeted back when? And, in our own lives, we have to budget for certain things, so I trust that that would be happening here as well. Customers depend on NID to properly manage funds, projecting budget costs for future repairs, not being surprised by them. How does this fit with the quote-unquote responsible financial management promise quoted on page 1 and 2 of the paragraph proposed water rate increase? Will rate increases be lowered by the federal funding or grants? And how will customers know when NID gets this help to offset the $55 million for the Scotts Flat spillway and the canal? 12,000, I understand there too, possibly. I understand objections. There was a little note there where it was only 49 days to let you folks know about objections.
And maybe it was just a little confusion on my part that there's 120 days of the gosh, the statute of limitations is 120 days. And that may have been talked about here. And to finalize, Proposition 218 happened over 50, 60 years ago, I understand. And it's really outdated. I mean, I talked to people at the spaghetti feed in Rough and Ready. A lot of people got their bills, didn't even know about a protest at all. It was kind of blended in with everything that was there. And we know that a lot of people don't do that. So it's kind of a shoe-in for the increase. So pray that you'll hear the heart of everybody, that we can do this more sensibly and also budget things so we don't have surprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Linda Holt, and we have a small little family farm that feeds our family. And we've been our family has been using NID for many years, and we took it over 25 years ago. We did used to be able to get a little bit of a discount. We just used the raw water, and that was taken away. And this increase would kill us. It's make or break for us. So just putting that out there. Thank you for hearing me.
How much water do you buy and tell us?
1 miner's inch.
Thank you. Is there a number 11 in the room?
Mr. Staton, Steve Staton? You'll pass. Okay. So number 12. And if number 12, 13, and 14 can get ready, that'd be great.
Hello, my name is Ben Ogilvie. I live on Sanford Road. We run Red Angus Ranch. I'm in the process of inheriting that from my dear dad, who just left to be with us at 98. He was a paratrooper in the World War II, 82nd Airborne. And he bought this ranch and he got back in the 60s, and he's worked, he and mom worked unbelievably, put into infrastructure to keep 55 of the 80 acres green so you could have this registered Red Angus Ranch. And I'm inheriting that now. And I hold the pencil from his recent burial on his 98th birthday and La Cilia funeral. So it's a generational thing, but we're coming into a challenge now that's new. And over the years, the expenses of everything in California have risen. Many people are leaving California because of the high cost of everything. The fire insurance is out of sight, unbelievable, thousands and thousands of more dollars on fire insurance. And we know in fact, we're paying several thousand there. We have 20 inches of NID, and I want to compliment NID. You've been a jewel to all us farmers and all the people. It's been a real blessing over these years. We pay right now on those 20 inches, $7,300+. Our alfalfa hay, bought several tons. It was $8,000. We have you get all those taxes added up and all the expenses. There's actually zero income for labor. There's no cost for, no income for labor. We're lucky to break even. So I'm just here to share that with you to kind of give you that picture of what we're facing. I don't know how much longer we could live on this property that Dad worked so hard that he wanted to leave to his son, his firstborn. And that's, I don't know what else to say except we appreciate you. We all have to make the decisions that are best for everybody. That's the goal behind every soldier that gave his life. And we celebrated their fallen soldiers on Memorial Day, Monday. And there's only one life till soon to be passed. Only what's done for Christ will last. So I'm thinking long term, which is eternity. And we appreciate that more than anything else when the new heaven and new earth is here and there's no more bills to pay. But God bless you all and thank you again. And just we want to try to work what's best for everyone. And that's what we all want. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would ask that the public not applaud speakers, please. Go ahead. Number 13.
Hi, Lily Marie Mora. Work on the Personini Ranch, raw water customer, 6 miners inches, and then I'm in town living, so I have a treated water customer. Again, reiterating what the man just said before, we charge $3,000 rent for our cousins to use our property. Obviously, the NID bill will be doubled in 5 years, and it's already over 3,000, the property tax, on and on. And so we make absolutely no money on agriculture. And so to try to figure out how to keep going, I know we've been given ideas about how we maybe need to get out of the cattle business and do something else. So I know that agriculture may be in transition in Nevada County and elsewhere, but still reminding everybody how important, like him talking about how many acres they irrigate, how much fire protection they provide us. And so how do we get money from CAL FIRE or FEMA or whoever to help us in agriculture just is extremely important. And again, we can handle a rate increase, but it has to be much lower, much, much lower. Thank you for your time. And thank you for all your service. I know it's very the other thing I wanted to mention too is I've been going to the Citizens Academy at the county. I just finished there. And that was so important to learning about what the county does and the transparency. And so I would encourage that there's some kind of a Citizens Academy for NID. I mean, when you say just go to the website or something, I mean, we're old. A lot of us were before websites. And so even having a class on how to, really maneuver that website or whatever, or each department giving of NID, giving us an education on what you do so we can understand this process as we go forward would be really helpful. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lily.
So this is your number 14?
Yeah.
Great. So number 15, 16, and 17, please stand by. And still, Mr. President, no one has raised their hand online.
Thank you, Greg. Go ahead, sir.
Robert Chavez. I get 3 inches. We live on a small parcel. And before I forget, I want to voice my opposition to the rate increase. I also learned since being here that 12% is like the largest that could be or was thought of. And I would urge you folks to maybe, dial it back just a skosh. So, and I know we haven't been suffering under the increase for last 6 months or something like that. So you can kind of mitigate it because you hit somebody 12%. That's really hard to swallow. The other thing I wanted to mention was that some people brought up about being able to irrigate my pasture, keep it green. I've driven up 80. I've been all kinds of places. I went to a place that was not too far from the ocean and it's brown. Grass is dead. I'm telling you, that place will burn like a banshee. And when you come up here in Nevada County, we live in Placer County, and to see green pastures, green foliage made possible by NID water, it really is a difference. And if you go up even Highway 50, you're not going to see the green areas that you see here up 80 in this area. The other thing I wanted to mention was I worked for an organization for many years. And the first thing they did when they wanted to roll out something unpleasant, whether it was a change for employees or customers or anything like that, the first thing they did is went and hired a consulting firm. And the consulting firm brought together all the numbers. And no offense, young man, but what is the consulting firm's job? Well, the job is to provide, in my opinion, justification to the folks that want to do these things. And so I put together a beautiful slide presentation basically telling everybody what the board wants to do. I've seen that my whole career, and I've seen it over and over again. And anytime you want to do something, you go out, hire a consulting firm. Well, what's wrong with going to the ratepayers and saying, well, okay, we need to do something. Can you live with 6%? Can you live with 5%? Is that going to drive you out of the area? Is that going to close you down? And I'm hearing a lot of people standing up saying at 12%, you're getting pretty darn close to kicking a lot of people out of the area. Should I let my pasture go dry? And that way anybody going up and down the road can light it on fire? That's let alone not allowing us to grow the food that we grow on there just for ourselves. So I was surprised to hear 12% pie in the sky. Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Number 15.
My name is Bill Gaffney. I rent from a NID customer. And in the last meeting where there was, we were talking about the hydro administration, hydro reserves. At the end of the meeting, there was a caller by the name of Walter that called in, and his call got cut off. So I've tracked him down, and I wanted to enter into the record what it was he was trying to say. And there is table 11 from the rate study. And the administration expense is a combination of hydro administration and straight administration. Even if you take out one of those two categories as representing upper division support costs that they say water users must otherwise have to pay, probably hydro administration. The other administration cost is even higher, starting with 6.5 million approximately in 26, raising to 9.3 million in 2035, with a total across those years of an incredible 78.5 million. Then look at the bottom line for net operating review revenues and losses, and what you see are continuous annual losses from 2026 all the way through 2035, which total 26.6 million. Where is that coming from? If you take the figure shown for the hydro reserves in 25, which is 76.8 million, I'm just rounding these off, by the way, and subtract the figure shown for hydro reserves in 2035, the 50 million, the drop in hydro reserves is $26,664,928. So $26,664,928. Exactly the same as the 9 years of operating losses from 26 to 35. This simply shows that NID is going to take all of its annual losses due to hydro operations from the hydro reserves. None of the hydro reserves will be used to support the water users while NID rolls along spending $78.5 million on administration. There doesn't appear to be any explanation in the rate study for the 78.5 in administration costs loaded into the hydro budget. The only other mention of administration costs related to hydro is in table 10 for the hydro capital improvement program, where it shows a line item for infrastructure administrative for the capital improvements over the next 10 years. And that only costs $7.5 million for 10 years. The NID board doesn't want to talk or answer any questions about those administrative costs. Something is very fishy here. May I finish? Just 2 sentences.
Go ahead.
One thing is not for sure. NID has put a priority on financially supporting the hydro power division at the expense of water service. The primary purpose of NID, which no longer receives revenues or reserve monies that originated from hydro. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Board, if I can take another comment. That was number 15, correct, Mr. Chapney? Okay. So we do have one individual online. We might as well go to that because we
Okay.
haven't hit someone online yet. And then if we have 16, 17, and 18, I've been notified that in order to raise your hand on your mobile phone, if you're out in the parking lot or elsewhere, it's to push *9 on your phone.
Okay.
That's how you raise your hand on a Zoom call. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
We'll go to the
caller. Matthew Coulter, go ahead. Oh, you need to start.
*6 will take you off mute on a Zoom call on your phone.
Okay, it looks like his hand went down. We'll move on. And Matthew, if you still want to talk, if you'll raise your hand again, we'll recognize you a little later. Number
16.
16.
16, 17, 18, if you can come on up. And those of you who are outside, I think we're coming to your numbers. So listen up.
Hi, I'm Jeff Harder, and I'll be short and not so sweet. I'm really kind of surprised at how nice everybody's been. To tell you the truth, I'm pretty pissed off. I feel like NID shoving this down our throat. And I don't know how many people feel the same way. Am I the only person in the room that has the balls to say that? So I'm not happy when I'm getting shit shoved down my throat. I've had enough of it. You guys need to do something different. There's a little bit of, so it seems like NID's dug themselves a hole, and our answer is just to shove you guys a bunch more money. The people who put us in the hole, and we'll just give you a whole bunch of money to fix it. Well, you guys screwed this up in the first place. So that's what it seems to me. I know I don't know all the details of everything. In the future, I plan on getting more educated on NID, but that's the way I feel, and I think everyone should quit being so polite about this whole thing, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, sir. Is there 17?
Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Holmes, number 17. Mr. Holmes. Is that
Mrs. Holmes?
Is that Miss Holmes? No. Okay, well, number 17. Are you hearing us outside? Okay. I think we'll move on.
18.
Number 18. 19 and 20, would you please be prepared to come on up to the podium?
Shirley Osgood here. There have been previously many well-informed people who have spoken, and I'm going to speak about my neighbors. I've had 3 senior neighbors who've had to go on reverse mortgage with their homes because they can't afford to pay their bills. As you all know, waste management bills are going up, and PG&E is out of sight. And there are a lot of low-income people with fixed incomes who are topped out. And I'm just speaking for them. And please take into account what all these other people have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Number 19.
There may be some folks outside. Let me just, yeah. Yeah, is 20 in the room here? Mr. Flint?
I still haven't got an answer to my last question. I'd like to point out a couple things here. We are raw water users. We used to buy right at 24 inches. We reduced our amount to 15 inches due to the rates. You got it rated here at 336.48 for 1 minor inch for this year. And you got the municipal acre foot rate at $296. Don't shake your head. It's right here in your paper. All right?
No, I want to see that. I kind of agree with it.
Okay. Now you've got a rate increase for next year of $393.50 and a decrease in the acre foot cost of $104.25. I'd like to point out that's all raw water. It's the same water. So I want to know why, how you explain that or justify it, because you are running agriculture out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Oh, I did too. Yeah. Did we find number 19?
That was Gary's one.
Gary.
Okay, so we are on number 21.
Yes, sir.
And if we can have 22 and 23 and 24 come on inside if you're outside. 21 is Mr. Peterson in the room. Mr. Peterson? Okay. If he shows up, we will come back to him.
21.
22? Do we have 22 in the room?
Hello, my name is Brian Kaminsky. I own the Natural Trading Company, certified organic farm in Newcastle. We have 40 acres of certified organic produce. We employ over 20 people, and we buy 13 miners inches of water. Been doing this for 31 years, and back in the day, our water was $1,500 and $3,300. Now it's $5,000, and it's going to go up to $9,500 with your rate increases. That's a lot of radishes to sell and tomatoes, and I don't know how our customers are going to go with $10 bunches of carrots to cover these costs. We're going to have to cover these costs. We have 20 employees. I just have a question for you is for the board members, is local agriculture important to this board? Because we're just trying to make a living growing food, and we want to make our food accessible to a whole range of people. We have over 1,000 customers at our farmers markets. They're going to have to incur these costs, and it's just not a good deal for us that these costs are going up so much. And I would say congratulations to your consultant. He did a good job. That's what consultants do. And if you didn't do a rate increase, you wouldn't be happy with them. I'd suggest you get a second opinion, maybe hire a second consultant and take a look at not raising it so high so we can all have a limit in Placer County and Nevada County. I think that's it for me. But we want to keep agriculture local in Placer and Nevada County. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Is there a number 23?
Well, before you start, just keep this going. Just excuse me. I'm told 24 and 25 have left. So if 26 and 27 and 28 are prepared, that'd be great.
Greetings. I'm Heidi Hansen, 6 miners inches for 29 years. I was really concerned at everything, and I did read the big long report, and I've read everything on the website, and nowhere do I see where NID took in the increased fire risk that's coming upon us for those of us that are landowners, that have, my first priority is having grazing for my livestock. And I have had Placer County conservation folks out to make sure that I am not wasting water. I am not flood irrigating. They had no recommendations. They said, you're doing what you can. But my neighbors over the last 20 years, at least a quarter to a third, once we had the last rate increase program over the years, stopped buying water. And it's a tinderbox now up Godley Road in Placer County. And so with this one, I know there'll be even more that stop buying water. And I've had a board member say, well, every single ditch has waiting lists. Yeah, but is that existing customers moving and, stop buying water and the new people are coming in and buying it? Not in my neighborhood. It's because at least in Placer, I know Nevada's not getting overbuilt, but we are in Placer. That's new development and change in zoning and subdividing. And so then more people come in and go, oh my gosh, I need to buy water. So they have to get on the waiting list. But it's really, really affecting us long-term residents that have land, that live in Fire Zone 10 and are on the lovely California Fair Plan. So when you guys are thinking of doing this, you also need to think of people that don't want to leave to California to go to Texas and Idaho, that don't want to send the water to Westland Waterland. But we still want to be safe and be able to irrigate. And it's really, really hard with the 12% increase over 5 years. 80% is almost double. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at 27. Great. 26. Is there a 26? Go ahead. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Dean Farquhar. I have a cattle ranch in Auburn. We buy 12 inches of water and had a relationship with NID for 50 years now. And say it now, it's been a great relationship and it still is. I'm in the cattle business. I'm concerned that this rate increase is going to end that business in our area. I don't think we can sustain that kind of increase. But I actually drove up here for another reason. I also buy 1 inch of water in what they call out of the district. And I drove up here to ask a question. Now I found out I can't ask it, but I'm going to propose it. So maybe you can direct me where I can find the answer. I find that if I want to buy 1 inch of out of the district water now, in 5 years, it's going to cost me $4,300. Is that correct? I guess you can't answer that, but that's what I'm reading. It's over $4,000 for 1 inch, and I don't understand. You're shaking your head no. Am I wrong?
At our general,
I'm
looking at our general manager to maybe.
I think it's $4,300 for 1 inch, and there's a group of us that buy 1 inch for fire protection.
Sure.
And for raising animals and for personal use. We can't afford that. And I don't understand why they're going after out of the district water people so intensely. I do understand the 25% because we're not paying the tax, but $4,000 for 1 inch of water.
Hopefully our general manager can answer.
Hopefully you can.
Yeah, so 1 inch out of district summer water is 2,700.
2,700 plus the hookup fee.
No, that includes the fixed and the volumetric fee.
I thought, isn't there a fixed fee of 1,800 on top of that?
No, that I added the two together.
Okay, wow. I looked at your chart. I'm going to have to, maybe there's someone here after the meeting that can help me with that.
We can, how about I'll have a staff member work with you offline and we can get you those answers.
What's that?
I'll have a staff member help you offline and we can get you those
Okay, so it would be $2,700
roundabout. I rounded a little.
1 inch. Okay, I hope I stand corrected. So anyway, thank you for the great relationship we've had. I do hope you'll reconsider this unbelievable rate increase because the cattle industry cannot sustain it, I do not believe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Morning, Felicia.
Morning. I'm Felicia Tracy, and I just had a few comments. Issues are seldom black and white, and the proposed rate increase, we do need water, and we respect the need to maintain facilities to provide that service. And we understand it's expensive, but strenuously reject the degree of increase, particularly to those whose livelihood has depended on NID for generations. Immigrant Springs Ranch, although not among the oldest ranches in our county, has been in my lifetime has purchased water to irrigate 1/2 of our 100 acres since 1942, 84 years. It has supported the production of hay, pasture or dairy and beef cattle, sheep, race and performance horses, as well as family orchards and gardens. Of equal importance, the irrigated land provides a fire break, becoming more and more important as less people are irrigating large amounts, habitat for multiple species of wildlife, and rural landscape beauty for which Nevada County is known. Without irrigation, this property, as so many others, could not support our family or contribute to the value of our county agricultural products. This ranch has not been a hobby ranch, but one in which my family depended on with their labor and creativity to make ends meet, and that has not always been very easy. To irrigate, ditches need to be cleaned and maintained, pastures rotated, weeds abated, reservoirs often built, and evolving new conservation methods employed. It is intensive labor and cost way beyond water purchases. I suggest that those in the NID staff determining these rates have perhaps not all grown up in these foothills to understand that we are not the Central Valley. We are not able to be large-scale industrial ag businesses. There must be a compromise where NID users do acknowledge the need for maintenance and improvements, but also where NID understands the great burden to people and the harm to our environment the level of these suggested rates would create. Thank you.
How many inches do you have? How many inches do you use?
Oh, I'm sorry. 10 at this point. We used to get 20. We only get 10 now because of the rates. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Is there a 28 in the room?
Millers at all.
Good morning. My name is Linda Miller. I have my daughter Jennifer Miller Kohler with me. I buy 9 inches of water. I am out on the Personini Ranch off of Bethany Springs Road. We are very close to approaching 100 years on that property. My dad and mother and Uncle Louis bought that property in 1929. My dad, Phil Personini, was a director in this organization long years ago. I would just like to reiterate what has been spoken earlier today, that none of us are corporate farmers. A lot of us have white hair and have been around a long time. My daughter Jennifer has just moved to the ranch, and I'm hoping that that 4th generation will be able to continue to keep our small operation going. All of the challenges that we have, which have been addressed earlier, insurance, feed, purchase of animals, whatever, makes it very hard for us to continue. There is no $250,000 salary in our jobs. So I would implore that the board look for other avenues of money that maybe there is the availability of grants or other avenues that we can use. We all understand that a rate hike is necessary, but hopefully it can be something that is smaller than what is proposed.
I would just like to say, Jennifer Miller Kohler, previously cousins, relatives have stood up here, and I'm proud that I'm going to be the next generation, but I'm afraid of what it means because when we're compounding 12% over 5 years, you're putting everybody in this room out of business. And that means agriculture is not transitioning, Lily. It's dying in Nevada County. And that's at your hands.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Tyndall. I live in Newcastle. I have 2 minor inches. I'm retired on a fixed income. I grow vegetables, fruit, and I share it with my family and my community, which is very important to all of us. One thing I want to point out, everybody keeps saying 12%. It's actually 12.5%. So the 0.5% matters. I have a comment and a question. I'm disappointed to learn that the South Yuba Canal, we took that on broken from PG&E. So now that's something we have to pick up. Seems like that would have been, maybe we should have asked PG&E to fix it before it became ours. And then what percentage of your total bill does the rate increase apply to? It isn't real clear to me. So if that's something maybe somebody could put on the website. I know the bill, my husband said the bill is divided up and has a bunch of different categories. Are we actually paying the percent on just the water or all the other added fees on there? Again, like everybody else has said, I would urge you to please reconsider because just like Jennifer said, agriculture is dying, and that isn't something we want to see. We need to feed our country. We need to feed our communities. And, if we can't afford to do it, who is? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Sue Bartow, and I am a local realtor. My husband is a local general contractor. We've lived here in Nevada County since 2007. We are also cattle ranchers, one of the top producers in this county. Between our personal home ranch and through our leases, we effectively pay for almost 100 inches of raw irrigation water. We purchased our current property 2.5 years ago, a dream come true brought on by hard work, savvy investing, and deliberate saving. Excuse me. Historically, our ranch was a cattle ranch, and then later a dairy was built on it in the 1940s. Many of you might remember it, maybe not. One of the reasons we bought our property was for water access. We run one of the larger cattle operations in Nevada County, and water is our lifeblood. In fact, it is the lifeblood of this community and one of the biggest draws to this area. I understand the need for periodic rate increases. The cost of doing business continues to rise, and maintenance of facilities does cost money. The proposed 12 or 12.5% increase per year over 5 years is an untenable amount, causing us to reconsider greatly our plans for our property and our ability to maintain it as it was purchased and our plans to improve it. It also impacts our management of our leases and how many cattle we get to run. The rate increase effectively doubles our water cost, yet I can't double the price of my end product. We have had a bit of a tenuous relationship with NID over the last 2 years since we bought our property. Our property has 2 large ditches and a main diversion on it, where the tar ditch meets another, and NID is on our property every single day, sometimes 2 to 3 times a day in the summer, driving right by our house, right by our guest house, going to check the levels. That's fine. They have an easement. Between cleaning out the ditches and cleaning out the diversion, we are regularly seeing destruction of our property and a lack of care for the property that you only own an easement over. An easement does not give you license to devalue the property it's on, yet we are seeing degradation of the ditches and destruction by means of leaving trash, garbage, and ditch sludge all over, even after we have repeatedly requested for you to come out and clean it up. It is difficult for me to stomach a rate increase from an organization that has demonstrated little care for the properties they are privileged to have an easement over. NID is already costing me more money as we have to clean up after them. There must be other ways to obtain the necessary funding. As previously stated, there are grants that have not been pursued, and we've already brought up the Centennial Dam. As a realtor, I have noticed many untouched properties owned by NID that could potentially be sold for additional revenue. Lastly, also as a realtor, I sell in Yuba County and have seen that BVID has not implemented similar rate increases, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Why are they able to continue to provide their services and even pipe much of their raw water delivery system without hitting their customers with a significant rate increase? I am not convinced that all options have been exhausted before targeting customers for additional revenue, and I implore you to consider other sources of revenue entirely or significantly lower the proposed increase. What is proposed will crush many of these folks here in this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Kathy Grimes. I'm a retired CPA. I've done many of these types of reports before, so I can speak to the fact that these reports are driven by the information provided by the district, and they are just responding to what has been provided to them. So there's no need to redo a report. Those reports are super expensive. I think what really matters, though, at the end of the day is, and I'm speaking from my area in the Casey Corner area of Penn Valley. I moved here 11 years ago, anticipating the need to live rurally. I knew that there was plenty of water up here and there was local food and even organic food. My concern right now is that many people didn't even state that they didn't receive the letter. And I know when I got the envelope, I almost trashed it because it didn't look important from the outside envelope. And so I'm speaking to my neighbors and finding out we never got this letter. We don't know anything about this. So there's a little concern there. I also question, when we look at the size of some of these farms and we're looking at allocating costs, it seems to me what should matter up here is, can we feed our community up here? Can we provide fire prevention just within our community? And it just seems like the votes, when you look at the number of people that are living in the treated area, we're looking at approximately 20,000. And yet the local ag voices are only 5,400, and yet we're to come up with this huge percentage of these letters. Many people that I've talked to that are only getting treated are saying, well, it's a minimal increase, everything's going up, big deal. So many people didn't get involved. I'm also concerned, and it feels like the elephant in the room, and maybe I'm speaking of an elephant that nobody else sees, but I don't see inflation being 4%. I also know that I don't understand why we're looking this just over a 5-year period of time. I'm also really concerned about if these farmers are not provided water, then could potentially this water go to the highest bidder, i.e. data centers down in Sacramento. So I'm just going to speak to the elephant in the room, and it might only be mine. I'm also not a big proponent of debt. I think that's pretty much what put our country where we are right now. And I believe in being debt-free. And so what I'm concerned about is a lot of the expenses that are expensed over this 5-year period are clearing out 2020 debt, and then we're looking at increasing debt again. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. William Pryor and Cinnamon Pryor. We have property in Placer County. We have PCWA accounts and NID accounts. The rate increase, oh, sorry. The rate increase notice, we received one and have 4 parcels in the NID district. We asked the question at the Thermal Lands meeting, do we get 4 votes for 4 parcels, or is it just because we have 1 box and 1 box utilizes multiple parcels? And I was told we get 4 votes, and then I was told later we get 1 vote. So my other question is, if there are 22,000 plus 5,000, we'll say 27,000 potential votes, how many parcels are in NID's sphere of influence? A potential customer, why didn't they get to vote? Because they are a potential customer. We have many neighbors that don't have water that didn't get to vote on this, but they may be a customer next year when people start dropping inches. So that was maybe a legal challenge that should have been sent in, and maybe it was. And I don't know if one of those potential customers can come back and sue, or maybe a class action, 15,000 people, because they might be paying bond money that was on their taxes for NID. I don't know if there's anything like that on that. So I think as the increase goes, CPI over 25 years has been approximately 3.5% to 4%. Some years it's 2 and some years it's 8. PCWA does a CPI increase. That might be a better way. I get it. You haven't done it since 2020, but maybe that was your guys' decision because you're netting money. I don't know. And I did just see an article that NID netted $13 million last year was profit after all expenses. I don't know if that was a true article. If that is true, how much revenue did you lose because you cut back everybody's inches of water also? So now that revenue is going to go up because now you have more water to sell because PG&E just fixed the canal. So there's some money there too, probably coming in, greater money. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So on the heels of what Sue shared concerning the lack of regard for our land, in addition to all the fire concerns, my additional concern, aside from the complete lack of regard when we speak to the amazing service that NID provides, is that you come on our land, you clear brush, you cut trees, and you leave it to dry to become additional fire hazards. And at the same time, you're wanting to increase the rates for the service that you're not providing while increasing our fire risk and then taking the water that we use to address that fire risk. And one quick note, I know my time is up, but I simply want to say to the board member who made the comment, easier said than done, when the gentleman from Lodi spoke, you are here to represent the people in this room. And a comment like that, I thank you for that, because what you do is enlighten us as to exactly where you stand on matters such as this and how we feel and the matter that we bring for you. So what I will say is I do have the energy and I am prepared to climb that hill. So I thank you for your comment.
Mr. President, can I just give you a time check? We're at number 33, I believe, coming up, and we have 40 people currently at max. So
40 people.
40 people at max. So we have another 8 more public comments.
We're going to take this comment and then take a short break.
He's saying,
okay.
I'm just letting you know where we are on the
We
list.
have 8 more speakers.
That's correct.
Okay.
Currently that have signed up.
I do believe there's more.
Yeah.
And the air just came on. I can feel it.
And we can also take online comments if folks would like to raise their hand. So there's likely going to be more than 8.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. My name's Amy Dumas. I live in Newcastle. I have 3 inches of raw water that I use for irrigation of our livestock grazing and garden, and it's just personal. I'm not in business. I've been in my home for 15 years, and the only reason I bought the house was because it came with NID. So I'm semi-retired and I have concerns about the feasibility of staying here if I can't afford to keep my animals. But given that water is the most critical resource in California, in my opinion, and the rural agricultural area or nature of this area is so important and a pride of the area, I'm concerned that people with livestock and crops are going to suffer, and the steep rate hike may potentially change the nature of this area. I'm concerned that people will leave the area, which will open the area for more tract homes and massive development. One thing I came up with an idea for consideration is consider scaled rates that should be different for those who have animals or crops versus people who have acres of lawns that are not pasture. It is problematic and probably not very palatable, but I think it could be worked out. One of my big questions, when we've heard it before today, is what happens when this project is finished? Do the rates come down? I understand about the rates or the increase of operations costs and COLA and inflation, and stating the obvious, have you looked for efficiencies like in your administration and operation? For example, why does the NID come out to my house every day? I mean, and look at our water boxes. They're really not that exciting. So the 12.5 per year over 5 years doesn't sound so bad when you do the math, when you look at it initially, but when you do the math, as has been mentioned, it's more than 80% increase. Mine was almost double and I almost fell over. This is not sustainable. So my husband and I were talking about it, and what we decided we would miss if we had to leave this area, the answer was the farmers markets and the open spaces. I feel bad for people who leave California because the produce in this part of the country doesn't even, I mean, the rest of the country just does not compare to what we have here. I feel bad for those people who have to leave. So this severe rate hike will hurt the entire area, and as others have mentioned. So please consider reducing the severity of the rate hike. And P.S., could you do something with the billing system? I've had some really interesting statements in the past 15 years. I appreciate all that you do and the enormity of the problem that you are facing right now. Thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a short break. Just hang on to your number. We're not going to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay? Come on. It's
5 minutes.
So we're back in order. Public hearing on the water rates, NID board. Is there a number 34 in the room? Well, there's our man. Greg, do you have a name for number 34? Is it 34?
I'm 34.
Oh, there we go.
My name is Rhonda Pasco. I am a 4th generation rancher from Nevada County, California. My parents were Bessie and Kent Pasco from Nevada County, California. And Kent Pasco worked at NID for 36 years. And I am damn proud of that. He did miss some of my plays and he missed some of our family events because he was getting water to people in this county. But I am totally against this rate hike. I am also a PG&E burnout from Butte County. I lost everything I owned. I ran for my life. I don't want to see any of you go through that. And don't feel sorry for me. I'm not a victim. I'm not a survivor. I am a damn thriver.
Man.
What about you, Jennifer? What do you think about that? Were you listening to me?
Yeah, I was. I was actually writing it down.
Okay, good. Generation after generation have raised cattle and kept these areas green with the water and the work and the sweat and the blood. I'm here to tell you, I live in the 49 corridor. I don't appreciate your vote system. It's called the 49 corridor where there is Forest Springs, ponderosa pines, tall pines, mountain air, and Grass Valley manufactured home parks. We are all seniors 55 and up. We only get 1 vote per park. There's 135 units in Ponderosa Pines. We get 1 vote, but we're all customers and we get raw water and treated water. Go across the street. There's over 300 people in Forest Springs. They only get 1 vote. This is wrong. It's just wrong. This vote system is wrong. We're customers. We pay within those parks, but because of the way that you have set this up, we don't count. And I'm here to tell you, we count and the seniors count, and we can't afford this and can't afford to live in our own county after generations of building it with our blood and our sweat. Thank you very much.
How many, excuse me? No, I don't. How many inches of water do you get?
She doesn't. She's lives in the park.
Okay, thank you.
Number 35, 34? 35. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My name is Cole Barker. I'm here representing Siller Longhorns. We're a ranch in Penn Valley. And I'm going to keep it pretty short and sweet, but I think this affects a lot more than you guys realize. It affects the community here today, but not only today, 10, 15, 20 years ago. When everybody in here is long gone and we are the one trying to clean up this mess, we're going to look back on this and see where we went wrong. But the one thing I want to really push today is when you control the water, you control the people. And I'm not naive, and neither are you guys. You guys have a lot of power, and power is a privilege. And to see this beautiful picture of Nevada County sitting behind you guys, I have a hard time listening to what is trying to go on here and watch you guys just sit in front of this beautiful image of our county, because that's not what this county is going to look like. The writing's on the wall. If this proposition passes, what's going to happen to us farmers? And if it does pass, you might as well just take the corner of that one right there with beautiful agriculture in our community and set a match on it right there on the corner, because that's what's going to happen to agriculture in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This is my first time coming to NID. My name is Peggy Fava. I am a Lake of the Pines resident, 22-year residential homeowner, and I never thought much about NID with the exception of the beautiful lakes that we have and the ditches that I go hiking on. But the purpose of me coming out is I'm speaking for many other people that have already brought the undue hardship of a 62.5% increase in 5 years would cause. The farmers, you guys hear that, it's huge. I'm also a board trustee with the school, and we are projecting our budgets for next year, and we spend about $45,000 a year. So with that, that's going to be a significant crunch in our budget. And as you know, school budgets are they're tough right now. So this is impacting everybody. And we know water is the new oil, as the prior farmer had mentioned. So I think we need to look at alternative revenue sources. I heard in the presentation you only had revenue rates as your main source of revenue. And that to me seems, with the exception of the parks that you guys do charge, I do know that that comes in. That does seem to be mismanagement, in my opinion. You need to go after grants, federal, state, bond measures. When we have capital expenses, we put out a bond. And there's just other methods of generating a revenue. And then I have one other quote from somebody who brought this to my attention. And this is sadly directly towards the board members and staff. Apparently there's been, the source is from govsalaries.com, a 55% increase higher salary for this district, that 94% higher than the US median salary. So NID approved your staff increases the last 5 years. So that's not a good thing if we don't have the funds. The other thing, if you have reserves, that's what you need to consider, utilizing them, looking at alternative methods of gaining the necessary capital revenues that's needed. The hydropower plants, I think that somebody had already talked about that, and that's pretty much it. So I understand there's hard times, you have to do some hard decisions, but 62% increase, you're going to price everybody out, and that's impacting long-term stability. Our population here has actually decreased. It's about 100,000, And so I don't know where you're going to suck all that money from. So thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Mr. President, you have one caller online.
Okay.
Haven't been too successful with those today.
We'll try it. Okay. Will Colbert online, you want to go ahead? Unmute yourself. There you go.
Are we good?
Yes, sir.
All right. First, I'll start off with a similar comment I made about a month ago, which is in light of the fact that you guys are actively and effectively trying to eliminate irrigation within this county, I suggest you seek a name change. It's ridiculous to consider yourself an irrigation district when you're trying to shut down irrigation, and it's hypocritical. Secondly, I also own a property with a ditch going through it, and it has been poorly managed until I actively engage with the ditch maintenance guy. Secondarily, I have a runoff easement on mine that has effectively split the property into two separate pieces that are unreachable from each side because there's about a 15-foot chasm over the last 40 years that your Hanneman runoff ditch has created. I can't even imagine the siltation that has taken place as a part of that. And the fact that I'm only about a mile north of the Bear River, I'm sure that much of that siltation has found its way down into the valley. When I brought it up with your maintenance people, I was told, well, it's our easement, we'll do what we want with it. I also have had several different ditch tenders who come in and regularly monitor the gauging station there, drive in my driveway as though they think they're driving in an Indy race. I've had to tell them that if they don't slow down, they can walk from the road or they can make access in other ways. I've also found several of them at times I've gone over there, taken a leak on that property because they said, oh, I didn't think anybody lived in this house. And finally, I'd like to follow up with Tyler's suggestion that every single one of you should probably be, what are we going to call it, primaried, if not recalled, for what I see as a criminal action. As I explained a month ago, I come from a family of irrigation district board members who served in a total time frame of close to 80 years. And they did that because they were representing the people that they were elected by. All of you are elected. So I would support anybody who would choose to run against you, and I would like to see them have as part of their platform the termination of your general manager and possibly your general counsel. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. '37. Morning, Laura.
Good morning, board. My name is Laura Peters. I'm a former board member until I was redistricted out in 2022. So now as I live in Thermal Lands area of North Placer County, and I have probably the best director on the board right now in Brad. So thank you, Brad, for paying attention to people. So anyway, I just want to say that the reason I was redistricted is because I asked a lot of hard questions between 2018, 2019, and 2022. They didn't like the questions. And the questions were, how can you spend $16 million on a project without publishing a feasibility report? They never once did until after they spent $16 million and collapsed the real estate market. They said, oh, this dam, I don't care what your opinion of the dam is, it was determined when they finally looked at it that it was infeasible at that location. If they would have done that in 2012, think of how further down the road we would be. Think of how better we would be. So my point today is that I think we are in this petition because of the gross mismanagement and that the staff is hoodwinked all you guys. I don't know. I don't understand it. But I think that you should really look at, like you were talking, your overhead. The overhead is outrageous. Consulting costs are off the chart. We hire people and pay them to do a job, and then we hire consultants to do their job for them. And so what you're doing is sending out the institutional knowledge. So now people that are on staff that we're paying for and paying for retirements for, they don't have the institutional knowledge. They have to call a consultant and ask them questions. That's just not how sound organizations should run. And so I really encourage you guys, especially you guys, your jobs are on the line right now because people are not happy. And it was stabbing ourselves in the foot. We've got to start tightening our belt on your end. I think it's maybe just because you're 100 years old, 105 years old this year. Doesn't mean that you've just gotten too comfortable. I think that's the crux of the problem. You need to start trying to be a little more competitive with the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Hello, my
Morning,
name is
sir.
Matthew Martin. I represent the Clear Creek Water Association. We're on McCourtney Road adjacent to Becker Horse Ranch. We're also adjacent to David Galindo's farm. The association was formed in 1992. My wife and I took over stewardship of it in 2005 when we purchased our property. Simply put, a 12.5% per year over 5-year rate increase is usurious and egregious. It will dismantle our water association. We are already having members who are dealing with extreme costs of fire insurance and water to keep their properties greened out. I would again address the fact that we are in a lower portion of the county where a grass fire, wildland fire is would easily occur. A side note, our home burned in a single house fire in 2016 in June. As a result of the fact that we can keep our pasture green, our upper properties and our orchard greened out with NID water, that fire did not spread. The final note that I have is to the individual who made the snide remark to the gentleman in Lodi. We all vote. Everybody in this room votes. We all have memories. You are elected officials to represent us. And we will remember that in the next election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
I'm the guy you've been waiting for. I'm the last one. My name is Phil Starr, Sierra Star Vineyard and Winery. Hi, Rich. Chris, I haven't spoken to you in a long time.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you hear this, but sure look like your dad.
Yes, I do.
Carbon copy.
Yeah. As I mentioned, Sierra Star Vineyard and Winery. This will be our 31st harvest here in Nevada County. My wife and I started our first ag operation back in 1975. We were in Monterey County at that time. As I said, we've been up here for 31 years. Several years ago, we had the fortunate opportunity to overpay for a piece of property next door to us, but it got us a box on the NID ditch. So up until then, we had been strictly irrigating from our well, and it's a good well. We're very fortunate, but it really couldn't keep up. And it showed, frankly, in our crop. And what we've done, we have expanded the vineyard since then. We currently purchase 5 minor inches, by the way, so we're a small user, but it's very significant to us. And I know that at least 2 of you sitting there, I don't have to explain what happens when these kind of costs leapfrog in agriculture. We work on pretty thin margins as it is. We have the second generation is in place. Our oldest son, Jack, who's sitting out in the parking lot somewhere, is now the winemaker and the vineyard manager, and I have become cheap labor. So it's since we've been able to increase our water allocation, we're on the Allison Canal, fortunately, and Jack has done some things this year that we can absolutely see a difference in what's going on in the vineyard. It's always been very marginal. This is tough soil up here. I don't have to tell anybody that grows anything up here. It's very tough soil, and it's very finicky, and it's hard to deal with. And when you're dealing with, we have roughly 13, 15 acres of permanent crop. It's very difficult to change the soil. It's not like you can build up a bed and amendment and so on. So anyway, I'm running out of time here. I I understand this is an incredibly difficult situation, and what the proper answer to it is, I don't know. We're used to increasing costs. It happens all the time. But when they leapfrog like this appears that it's going to, it's incredibly difficult for us to even plan for. I was just planning an infrastructure increase to replace some 50-year-old irrigation pipe on our property. And now I'm got to take a step back and decide if I'm really going to do that or not. Bingo. Thank you.
Good job on the 3 minutes. Okay, is there anybody else? Nobody else? Number 40.
I believe that is it, right, Monica? Yep.
So if anybody has not already spoken that would like to speak, even if you haven't signed up, you're welcome to, or online, please raise your hand. And just as a, come on up. I'll take this opportunity to maybe provide a reminder that at the close of the public hearing is the end of the opportunity to protest. So if you have not already protested and would like to do so, there's forms out in the lobby and a box where you can submit it. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
How you guys doing? My name's Cody White. I represent Bogle Vineyards. It's the old Indian Springs Vineyard. Dennis Ball planted it back in the 80s. I don't know the history. I apologize. I also represent a smaller vineyard, Zafort Vineyards. And I just like to say what you guys are doing with the rate increase for a lot of the smaller farmers. It's just, you can't do it. It'll kill them. It'll kill everybody. I mean, it's insane. Water's life, right? That's what everyone needs, water to survive, right? So that the increase is insane. And if there wasn't, if you are going to continue the increase, smaller increments, over a longer time, I think people could stomach that, like like Phil was saying. So that's all I got. So anyway,
How much water do you use, sir? How much water?
It's between 12 and I believe 24 inches at the Union Springs.
A lot for a vineyard.
And then 5 and I believe 4 for my own properties.
Okay, thank you.
So it's somewhere around there.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I just wanted to reiterate something that was said earlier. We've lived here a long time. We don't have a big farm, but what we do grow on our acreage is important to us. We have cattle that we use in our relatives and orchard and everything. So we grow a lot of our food on our property. What we have seen, and we're down there between Lincoln and Auburn, and I'm not bashing them because they're bringing money into the county, but there has been, with the change in online work, that people from the Bay Area have come into our area and bought up these older farms that are being sold off. And what they're doing is they're putting in a big tracts of lawn and landscaping and irrigation. And I do believe that what was said earlier, that if you have agriculture and you're growing crops and you're feeding, that should be more important than having 20 acres of lawn and landscaping and 7 ponds on your property.
Absolutely.
So I think that's another thing that we need to look at, because just and like my husband said, that we were told, well, you've got a lot of big users on your line. We do, because they're putting in these big fancy places, and we see the water that we get now is being squished out for what we used to live on. So I think more of the agriculture focus should be something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Michelle, and I just want to talk about a couple of wasteful things that I've seen. One, last winter on the Champion Ditch at Newtown, the water, they pulled the boards out that keep the water in the ditch, and it was streaming downhill. There was so much water going down the hill, and there was probably inches going downstream, and I told my friend, wow, I'm glad I'm not at the end of this ditch because they're not getting any water. That was a big wasteful thing. I was told that it would erode the ditch when I called. I did call a couple times and said it would erode the ditch, but there was literally inches in the bottom of that. So I don't know, maybe look at that. And also the billing. I came in at the beginning of the season and I paid cash for my agriculture, my summer water, and I'm still getting the bills. You know, just don't send me that paper. You're just wasting so much money. I just feel like that would be something to really look at because that's a lot of paperwork you don't need to be sending in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question again about the water usage? No. How much water do you use? 1 inch, thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak before we end the public hearing?
Hi, I'm Barbara Galino, and I would just like to express all the people that came here today and told those stories. And I really feel in my heart, you guys aren't going to change your mind anyway. You're already set. I want to thank Brad Fowler because he's the only one that really has fought for the ranchers and the farmers. All you guys have all drank the general manager's Kool-Aid. Seriously. And when the election comes, there's going to be a big change. People are tired. And thank you, Brad, for helping us, the ranchers and the farmers.
All right.
We have a hand
You'll
on.
have a hand, okay. Laura Barhide, go ahead. You're up. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
*6 to unmute yourself, Ms. Bardhype. Ms. Barhype, we still need you to unmute yourself. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Is
Go
it
ahead.
working now? Okay, sorry.
Yes, it is. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to do it on the phone, it's difficult. So I've spoken to you all before, so you know that this is going to be devastating for my family. This right now, cattle prices have been good, but we know it's not going to stay that way, and we don't have any control over what we get for our product. So we basically, our crop is growing grass to feed our cattle and sheep. I just hope that you will consider going at a lower rate or something to spread it out over time. I want to keep this for my family. My whole family's involved. And we have property we own and property we lease. But it's going to be devastating to us. We can't do it. So, and I have to say this, when we hear the comparison of what they're paying for the cost in the valley, that it's kind of offensive to me because we can't grow crops like they grow in the valley. We can't even grow grass like they grow in the valley because our soils are not the same. So I don't find that to be a great comparison on the cost, and it does kind of offend some of us in the cattle industry. So I'm hoping you'll consider choosing a lower rate and trying to keep us in business. And that's all I have, except I want to tell you, I do appreciate all of you board members because I know this is the most complicated system and so much to learn. And I know you put a lot of time into it. And I do appreciate NID and the service we've gotten through the years. But again, we want to stay in business. So please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Nevada County RCD, you're next. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. This is Brianna Bacon. I'm the executive director at the Nevada County Resource Conservation District. I was there in person during the last meeting. And I just wanted to say that I've been looking for a way to to show how important agriculture is in the community, doing our large sustainable ag land conservation grant. And I would say the amount of comments you have here today, how full your parking lot is really what I was trying to entice everyone to see. And so I think that should not go unnoticed. These are very busy people who are taking time out of their day to sit and comment about their livelihood. And I am proud that the county that I grew up in is showing this amount of respect for the people who grow their food and take care of us during our fires. And I know that everyone on the board believes that. So I can't speak to the rate increase from an organization place, but I can say that if you have a parking lot full of people that are pro-ag, that is a big deal. And sitting in a position where you support water that is the lifeblood, as many people mentioned, of ag, and you have generations of ag, that should not go unnoticed. That's all.
Thank you, Brianna. Anybody else online or in the room like to make a comment? Or the parking lot? Yes. Okay, at this time, the public hearing is closed. Thank you for your participation. The board will take a recess to allow time to conduct a preliminary count of the protest votes to determine if there's a majority protest. During this time, Zoom will continue to allow the public to observe the process. And if you're here and want to be here when we have received the count and then move on with the meeting, you're welcome to stay, but I believe it'll take a while. I don't know how long we're anticipating.
I would think that we're not going to go through full validation. We're going to do a soft count. It'll likely take 45 minutes. Anyone in the public, you're more than welcome to stay in the room and monitor if you'd like. It also will be live streamed. Upon the completion of the count, I think then we will go into an official lunch recess for 45 minutes and then reconvene. So I would anticipate coming back, let's see, 1:30.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
You have how many you already received?
Yeah, we are required to count everything publicly. So we'll bring them in and we'll push some tables together, and there's a group of staff that will count, but you're all welcome to monitor if you'd like. And then we're not going to go through full validation at this point. Full validation takes hours and hours to complete. So we will have an idea.
Given some of the folks speaking about how votes have not been counted in many areas and that those would have really skewed the tally, is it mandatory that this count be happening now, or can it be delayed long enough to get a more accurate assessment of where people are really at with this issue?
Dustin, would you answer that question?
Yeah, the protest count has to happen now, and the time for voting when the gavel went down and the public hearing closed, the time for voting has ceased. So there would be no reason to extend it for further protest opportunity because the time to vote has lapsed. So we have to conduct a preliminary vote at a minimum today. And then depending on that vote, the board may be precluded from moving forward with the proposed rate change if there is a majority protest. Or if there's not a majority protest, again, it's going to be a rough count because we're not going to validate today. If there's not a majority protest, then the board may then consider the resolution, which is the last item on the agenda, which would then potentially implement the rate schedule. And while I'm speaking, just so folks are reminded, the majority protest number is 12,537. That's 50% plus one. So if it's that number or greater, then the board is precluded from moving forward with the proposed rate change. Correct. Right.
And to represent people in tall pines and et cetera, that all have their own bills that they're paying.
We have covered this before, okay? And it's that question has to be answered outside of this meeting time. Go ahead, Director Heck.
Well, Right. So Dustin, I was going to ask a question because we got a lot of those questions about who made those rules, right? Did NID make the rules about one vote for 100 mobile home parcels?
No.
If you could speak to how that or where that rule came
Yeah,
from.
so
Because I feel like we're hamstrung and we haven't really answered that to this.
sure, I can try to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
We as California voters are to blame for the rules. We voted on this in 1996. That's when the Proposition 218 was considered by voters and passed. That sets the rules, and we just follow those rules. So I did hear some concerns about, and I'm sorry, I don't know all the details, but it sounded to me like a mobile home park where there's one parcel or one account, and there may be several units, so to speak, but pursuant to the rules that were developed in 1996, they only get one vote.
From talking to a lawyer that the original Prop 218 was passed by the voters, yes. But then the water boards, the governor got together and they did amendments on it. Are you aware of the amendments they did that kind of like corralled it and maybe took the direction and the intent of the original proposition in a different direction?
This is like a long discussion.
Yeah, it is. This is a long discussion.
I'm happy to talk with you offline.
Yes. We have an agenda to follow, so.
In the rate increase is like going to happen when you guys put down the gavel this afternoon?
The proposed resolution that is in the agenda is just potentially adopting a rate schedule that sets a max.
Gavel, we're going to accept this proposed rate agenda.
You potentially, subject to the protest vote, subject to the board's consideration of the item, the board could potentially adopt that rate schedule. Whether the rate is actually implemented is a later decision that will not happen today.
What about?
The guardrails are in the body of the resolution. I expect the board will have input on that to potentially, or perhaps even the public, to tighten the language, change the language. So that I anticipate that will be an item of discussion.
Just in the interest of all these people that came here today, putting themselves in this work, I would suggest shrinking.
I think it'll only be 45. It doesn't matter to me. It's up to the board.
So I thought we were going to take the lunchtime now.
You can. Why don't you do that?
We'll
And
do
we'll
that.
do the soft count and reconvene.
So about 45. This is a guess on how long it's going to take to do the soft count, but you're welcome to stay for that or go and come back.
Okay, so let's plan on, it's purely a guess on how long the soft count will take. I think that 45 minutes is probably fairly close. And you're welcome to stay and monitor the soft count if you'd like. It'll also be live streamed.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. You're going to be a little 500 number.
You know how many speakers at the bar? Right? I don't know either. Yeah. You're open to point this fine. I'm so all right. I haven't
I don't know.
What they're looking at, yeah, I get it, and I get the. So I get
And then the board's decision. What I want to do is make certain. I think at least on the. I apologize, I don't know exactly. They have the opportunity to.
Yeah.
Successful. It's hard.
Late hours that. All right, I'm gonna go.
And you guys speak about this.
It's way more than I thought there was.
What's that?
Yeah, no, not. Yeah. You know what we did? We just felt. Like, I was just. Thank you. I got one on these guys. Yeah.
My name's No, but super right. Casey. Finance. Let me ask you. Yeah. All right.
Somebody started putting parts. And you can see
We had. Yeah. Really amazing.
Not at all. And that's, I was just like, I don't know. I wasn't. Yeah.
I guess I should.
Yeah, and then. I would rate this one. Well, I think the. No. And then. Read it? About the fastest run of the color. That in 98. Well, they from the and you guys have and they built the
Yeah.
well. I wasn't either, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I don't know either. I think you know, I think Yeah.
You look at this from me. Almost did all the work. I almost got. It's now a nice now. Maybe. That's supposed to be out. It's a funny.
Going back. So. All of this stuff.
So that's why. Or there might be. How did we know that? That's what. So, you know.
Oh, you're right. Gabe's done, he wins. I'm not even. Yeah, he won. Got it done. Just done. Give Russ the case. We'll. Hey, well, Rick. Hey, howdy. Hey, we got a friend of mine out of a stream, he has recurring water rights. He needs to pump about 10,000 gallons a day, 400 feet. And I could think nobody else could do it. What do you think?
No, not really. We just saw the video.
Yeah, but it's, um,
I'm in there.
well, you know, I didn't have. Thinking like a hammer unit. Hammer pump.
Oh, cold in here.
It is cold, brisk.
Meeting will come back to order. Vote is complete.
Dios?
Is it?
I'm trying.
Mine's not on. Mine keeps having a problem.
There.
No, it just went off. Okay.
Mine's not coming on either.
I know that, but it goes off.
It goes off. This goes off.
It's going off.
We have technical difficulties here.
Mine just came on.
Oh, did?
Touch. Okay. All right. Who's gonna go first?
I'll handle the readout, Mr. President. So just as a reminder, folks, and I can repeat these numbers if you like, but the majority protest 50% plus one figure is 12,537. And as a reminder, the district did not verify these protests, but so it's a gross count that came in today at 3,105. And I will tell you that, again, that's an unverified number. There were late protests that came in after the close of the public hearing that are included in that figure, as well as potentially other issues. So again, the majority protest figure is 12,537. The gross unverified count is 3,105. So less than a majority protest. Just for context, if the board finds this helpful, I asked Aurora to pull the numbers from 2019, the last time the district went through a Proposition 218 process. The gross protests at that time was 4,684. So because there is not a majority protest, the board can lawfully consider the resolution. Turn it back over to the board.
Okay, so you said everything was on here. All right. Thank you to the staff for expediting that. All right, so directors, we have a resolution. What's your pleasure today?
Would you like me to review the resolution?
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chip.
All right, so the resolution that is proposed before the board is regarding adopting new water rates. These water rates would go into effect in 2027, and then the rates would expire in 2031. I think it was previously brought up that a question as to whether the rates sunset or not. The rates, if a new rate study is not adopted, the board can continue to implement the currently adopted rate in future years, just like we have been now. To include any new rate that would have any rate increase, a new Proposition 218 process would have to occur, and essentially you have to rebuild the whole rate. You're not just substantiating the increase, but you also have to substantiate the entire rate.
Would you, excuse me for not
Yes, sir.
being able to absorb all that. So this rate is for 5 years.
Correct.
You said for the 5 years or beyond the 5 years?
So what happens after the 5 years is over, you could continue to implement the 5th year of rates, whatever was implemented. But in order to have any additional increases post those 5 years and year 6, you would have to go back through all of Prop 218 and you have to completely resubstantiate the rates.
Okay.
And now I have a question about that. So in year 6, if this is operable, are we still allowed to have something less than? Because hopefully
Definitely.
these big projects will have been paid for and so on. I thought I was. Oh, you didn't hear? Oh, it was feedback. Sorry about that. So my question is, to Jennifer's point, is once the 5 years of this rate study is complete, are we able to drop the rates without having to do a new rate study, I guess?
Yes, but I would suggest you do a new rate study to verify
Right.
for long-term financial.
I get that, but
information.
there might be a year that, these rate studies take a very long time.
They do. They take a long time, but in absence of a rate study, yes, the board could determine to
We
lower
can
rates.
do something less than the 12.5% if that is what the board's pleasure is.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'm still confused on that. Trevor brought up the comment about a potential sunset. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but if we have a rate increase that it brings us whatever it is at some point on year 5, we can hold that, but we cannot increase it, or we can reduce it. We can hold it,
You can hold it or reduce it. You cannot increase it.
and until a new rate study is done.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and then and remember, this is the maximum rates. The board is then going to take consideration of, on an annual basis, an actual rate in order to inform the annual budgeting process. So this is where Director Stevens' guardrails kind of come into play, and those are incorporated into the resolution as well as a recommendation by Director Heck. And I will review those very quickly. It's my understanding that the intent of the guardrails is to provide a framework by which the board could have lower rate increases in any specific year within the 5-year rate period. So I will read them, and as we go, if you would like modifications to the guardrails, please speak up so that we can craft those so that you may incorporate them if you choose to take consideration of the resolution. The first guardrail, A, the board of directors will, by formal action in an open and public meeting, set the actual rate increase annually prior to the adoption of the following year's annual budget.
Just for clarification on that, we are not going to set a rate increase and then develop a budget. We're going to work hand in hand on what we're going to need to develop that, correct?
Yes, it will happen a little bit concurrently. Staff starts budgeting and right about now, June timeframe, and we start establishing the proposed capital budget for the year, operating projections, revenue projections, anything else that's going on. It is imperative that prior to we get to final public workshops regarding the capital and the operational budget, that we do have an idea of the projected revenues. So it will kind of happen in tandem, but from a process perspective, it is likely that the board will hear an item prior to the first budget workshop that will address setting the actual rate for that year. B is the board will hold 2 or more public workshops prior to setting the following year's rate. So this is envisioned to be a workshop style, so you can obtain input from the public as well as talk to the public about what we have coming up for the year.
2 issues on that one. I would like to include I think it is already implied, but any outside influence that wants to have input to it, any of the ag community, any of the treated water people, stuff like that, to be invited to participate in those workshops. And I would like to see if we can get one of those in Placer County of the 2 workshops, and maybe one in the evening. But
were you requesting that any outside parties were able to be participants?
Any of that might have good influence.
I think that could be a mistake.
So what do you mean by outside parties?
I'm thinking of stakeholders, I guess, right? The farm bureaus, the treated water customer organizations, stuff like that.
Well, theoretically, anybody can participate in a public workshop. As to whether or not we would invite non-customers, personally invite them, that would be up to the board. So are we wanting?
I'd like to hear your comment.
I think it would be a mistake. I think that parties that were not friends of the district could also be part of that conversation. And I think it'd be best if it was stuck to ratepayers.
Right, that's what
The Farm Bureau is not a ratepayer, but they represent ratepayers.
So the past model, when we used to have a rate committee a long time ago, is every director was able to appoint a raw water and a treated water customer. And I think something that closely mirrors that. And if one of the directors wanted to appoint Farm Bureau as a treated water.
But they're going to be able to be in the room anyway, right?
Yeah. So this is envisioned not to be
Is this a workshop?
This is a pure workshop.
Okay.
So this is to obtain input from the public. Okay. And as a public agencies, our public meetings are open to anybody, including non-ratepayers.
So a 218 process, for instance, we might do something different.
Correct. You could do something different for a 218 process.
But these would not be 218 issues here.
No, these are not.
These would be annual issues, yeah.
Correct. These are annual issues. I envision them to be a report out of excess funds potentially left over from capital expenditures or operational funds, any external funding that we were able to receive, or any grants that we can then use to inform that user's decision on the actual rate implementation. Okay, so C is potential decreases in actual rate adjustments will be considered separately for irrigation and treated water customers. And this mimics how the rates are handled within the cost of service study. Okay. D, the board of directors will consider the district's receipt of, I always say this word wrong.
I do too.
Extraordinary external revenue, if any, for the purpose of potentially lowering annual rate increases.
I take ordinary money too.
Any money?
Any money. And I'm not sure this is something that could go in there. I also like to explore, something we were talking about. So far, people can't set up hydro. Ranchers, farmers could really benefit from hydro if in our ditches or our pipelines, if they have an encroachment permit, and it could offset some of their electric charges. I'd like to explore that also, if that is by encroachment permit, people can include that.
Why don't we take note of that and have a conversation outside? It's a good idea. I just don't know the ramifications.
Sounds like policy rather than
Yeah.
guardrail. Yeah.
Okay, but I think we need to start, out of the box, thinking about how we can deliver more.
Yeah.
I wish we'd started the out of the box a little bit earlier.
I find out being out of the box is a perpetual thing.
Okay.
D.
Did D.
I'll use the D. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're on E. The board of directors will consider the projected rolling 5-year unspent fund balance at the fiscal year end for both funds 10 and 50, which is water and hydropower, for the purpose of potentially lowering annual rate increases.
Rolling 5-year, if we have a project that is pushed off for 4 years, it would not reduce rates as much as if it was pushed off for 6 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why 5-year rolling? Why not a 3-year? I'm just curious.
Well, if it's rolling, we're always looking 5 years out, even if you're in year 4. F, the board of directors will consider the cost benefit of infrastructure improvements prior to approval of any capital improvement project.
My feeling about this is that this really could be a hampering to the board and staff. So if we need an infrastructure improvement, then, staff has to do a cost benefit analysis of every infrastructure improvement. I mean, is that what you're saying here?
I think that it's more of a recognition of there are times, for example, we have a situation going on right now where we do have a canal that is going to be extremely costly to fix, but there are very few customers on the end. So we are also looking at alternative methods to address the issue, such as connecting them to treated water instead of trying to put in this really expensive pipeline in a landslide area. So it's a nod to those types of situations. I think that it's intended to have a discussion about what we're doing and why we're doing it.
So then I would like it, instead of it's some kind of discussion thing put in here, so that it is not
What if we modify it to say the board of directors will discuss the cost benefit?
Yeah, I think that's better, so that we're not, and you're not hamstrung.
G, the board of directors will direct staff to aggressively look for external sources of revenue and cost-cutting measures, including private/public partnerships, governmental grants, reduction of unfunded mandates, and out of the box options.
Go out of the box.
This may come as a surprise to everybody here, but I'm not comfortable with these guardrails as they stand and cannot support them. This may come as a surprise to everybody here, but I'm not comfortable with these guardrails as they stand because I don't think they're strong enough. And last night and this morning, I've been thinking of something here. And I would propose we add, the board of directors hereby directs that unspent capital funds will not be spent on new projects that are not required to address an emergency repair, a required regulation, or critically needed to continue water delivery, or are related to a grant project that we will have revenue to offset the expenditures.
So
I didn't read that completely correct, but
yeah, but I don't disagree with that, but that's kind of normal standard operating procedure.
I just want to make sure that if Jen wins the lotto tomorrow, gives each one of us $1 million, and we have somebody that wants to spend money on new trucks, I don't want that to happen. I want basically there to be enough teeth in it that monies cannot just be moved around without clear.
Read it one more time, please, Earl.
Yeah.
The board of directors hereby directs that unspent capital funds will not be spent on new projects that are not required to address an emergency repair, a required regulation, or critically needed to continue water delivery, I can't speak today, or are related to a grant project that will have revenue that offsets grant expenditures. So there's four things there. One is an emergency repair. If we have South Yuba Canal go down, our reserves and our insurance won't quite cover it, we need to move some money around. Two, a new regulation comes into effect that says that our chlorination plants have to do X, Y, Z by tomorrow, or we have to shut down our treated water. Something silly. Something critical to deliver of water. We have a pipe right now that's kind of broken that we need to have fixed, that we're losing. There's 700 customers are going to go down on. I got the email.
Yeah, yes, we are going to repair a tree popped a hole.
And we're going to lose 700 customers. They're going to go without water unless we plug this hole. This hole has to be taken care of. It's still functioning, and maybe it's an emergency, but it's critical to delivering water to those 700 people. Or we're going to get grant money next month. We spend it this month and we pick up the grant money next month for the project.
Many grants are on a reimbursement basis. We do have to spend the funds first.
Yeah, we often.
I'm just proposing that to try and give these guardrails a little more teeth.
So the unspent capital funds would be a project that comes under budget?
Correct. So I think that the intent is that in the capital, when we budget for capital funds, we transfer monies over from the operating fund each year, generally equal to the amount of the annual capital budget. When there are unspent funds left over, I believe what Director Stevens is trying to require through the guardrails is that they can't just magically go to a new, we're going to build something new for no good reason.
Because we got money.
Right.
But that's not happened, but that you memorialize it. It's on paper.
That's correct.
But it's been kind of standard operating procedure.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the guardrail. I think that it's a good suggestion.
Okay. I don't trust government that well. And if you give them $2, they want $3. So I just want to make sure that, oh yeah, we have an extra 100,000 left over here. No, it's not going to be spent. It's going to come off of rates if we can do so.
I think that's a good idea. I like that.
Is by a head nod, is everyone generally fine with that?
I was going to ask for a motion, but you can do that. You know how I am.
Let's finish maybe, because there might be other changes.
Yeah, let's do, because now we have 2, right?
We have 2 changes to F, and then we also have now H added. And then the last item, this was a request of Director Heck. The district general manager is directed to explore development of grant program for agricultural efficiencies and water conservation that would, if adopted and implemented, potentially decrease water use and cost of water for the district's participating irrigation water users. The district general manager will solicit stakeholder input and agenda an item for a workshop to discuss options at a board meeting no later than October of 2026.
Now,
Did we talk about the 5% being qualified for water conservation?
No, that's not a part of this. This is a guardrail. This is not a.
Okay.
I mean, if we could just stay.
Well, we're looking for grants for conservation, helping with efficiencies on farms and ranches.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
But we're looking for outside external money rather than.
Well, not
NID
necessarily.
money.
This says grant.
Yeah,
It could be
it could be a combination of several items. It could be a function of we solicit larger grant funding to fund our own grant program where we can then distribute the money for those purposes.
Yeah.
The resolution then will adopt the rates that were in the notice of proposed water increases that were mailed. And so with that, we will take any more questions, or if you would like any additional revisions, it's really up to the board if you'd like to take consideration of the resolution.
I was wondering if the board would entertain me talking for a moment.
Sure.
Okay. Into the mic. There we go. Interestingly enough, most of you guys have already heard me say this several times, but agriculture dies in California if one of two things happens. Water becomes too expensive and no one can afford it, or infrastructure fails and we can't deliver it. I understand that completely, and I'm trying to find a sweet spot in here, which is not pretty right now. We've basically got informed that there's a water broker out there that's willing to buy our water rights and take everything out of this area. That would be catastrophic. And so if we fail as a district, think it's dry now, it's going to be a lot worse later. So I've said for a long time, plan for the worst, hope for the best. And when I say hope for the best, I don't mean to just sit back and Pollyanna it. I mean, try and put guardrails in place, try and take care of things. Having a forward-facing business, I think I probably spoke to more people than all the rest of you guys combined. I've spoken to well over 1,000 people in the last 2 months. And most of them have been very angry initially. After I've talked to them and things like that, a lot of them are either their anger has been diverted or they basically are still angry. But I've tried to explain what's going on. There's a gentleman, he's not here tonight, but Joe basically says, what have I heard from the customers? And I've kind of broken it down to 3 categories. The rate increases will significantly impact the businesses, significantly. And that's one of the reasons why I kept asking, how many minor inches do you guys get? What's in it for you? Because I'm trying to keep learning from this. And what practices can we establish to help you? I'll come back to that in a second. I've also been told a lot that the rate increases will be felt, but they're not going to hurt that much. And other people have been saying, PG&E is going up 32%. The California Fair Plan is going up 29.1%. I try and buy nitrogen. Right now, nitrogen is going up 38% since January 1st. It's insane, the amount of things. So there are people out there that the water rates are not a huge pain point because everything else is killing them. It's another straw on the camel's back. I fully understand that. And there are other people that are having serious problems. Brad and I went on an ag tour yesterday. Very fun. And we talked to a farmer out there in my district that is using 10 to 13 inches of water. And I asked him, I says, why do you need that much? You need that much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? He says, no, I don't. But I have a problem with my irrigation system. And I says, what are you doing about that? He says, filtration, RCD or NRCS, I think it's NRCS is helping him with an infiltration or with an irrigation filtration system. And I says, what are you doing? Do you need water those 7 days a week? He goes, no. If I could get some help with my pond, make it a little bit larger, I could cut my water usage and still maintain the same thing. So there's a good practice there. I've dealt with Brian of RCD, and hopefully after today, Greg can get in touch with him and we can start doing some stuff. Apparently, Placer County and Nevada County RCD have money in grants to not only help with water efficiency suggestions, but there's also apparently some money out there to put the practices in effect. And I don't know what those are, but if we can get our large water customers who are feeling the pain the most to become 10% more efficient and accomplish the same thing with 10 or 20% less water, it's a win-win because the water goes down, they accomplish the same thing. If the water goes down, the rates go down. So it's not like I'm trying to get people to drop by 10 or 15 or 20%. I realize that there's going to be a cost increase, and I realize that if we can keep those costs down, or excuse me, their demand down and accomplish the same thing through better science and better technology and help like that, that's one of the reasons why I've got the private public partnership in here. There may be other people that we can team up with to make things more efficient. I'm just a little bit nervous about this. I do not want to be the person that kicked Social Security down the road until it broke. And I think we're kind of headed that way right now, that if we don't do something, we're going to have a system that we're going to be a dry county and there's not much we can do about it. So, the other thing is that Twin Peaks, the owner of Twin Peaks, I had a long discussion with him yesterday. He is on a couple boards and stuff like that. He's been meeting with a lot of elected state officials. And he is working really hard to get a ag exemption to Prop 218. That is a federal issue, not a local issue. If we can get an ag exemption, then we can have different rates for ag users, which would not be your people that have the McMansions with the huge lawns and ponds. This would be people that actually are using it to grow crops and be a certified farm. I know when I was in the Placer County Ag Commission, we came up with a definition of it so that we could do things in Placer County to help farmers versus your weekend warriors or whatever you want to call them that want to have the McMansions and things of that nature. So I really take it to heart that he's trying to push that forward. I think we should do everything we can to assist him to maybe get something in the legislature, state of California, not Placer County, not Nevada County supervisors, but the state of California to get an ag exemption to 218 to help us. I also like the idea of us putting on our website the sign-up list for anybody that wants to write letters for Prop 4 money or give suggestions to other ways we can make money. And I know I'm rambling on a little bit here, but this is really, it's bugging the heck out of me. I know it's not a popular position. I came up with the additional guardrail because I did not like what we were having here and I was not gonna be able to support it. I'm pleased that we can at least add that to it. So that's kind of my rant for the day here. And, but I refuse to let NID disintegrate or become a Social Security because of inaction.
Nicely said. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else comment?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, and Earl, you're right. We've seen the numbers. None of us wants NID. None of us wants NID to become insolvent. We've shown that rates do need to increase. We also have an obligation. So we have an obligation to this agency to further it and make sure that it's solvent and it continues so that it can provide water to future generations. And some of them spoke here. When we do that, we also have an obligation to the ratepayers, the people that put us here. When we make these decisions, we need to be respectful of the community that we're part of and agriculture. And I haven't been shy about that. I think this proposal as it stands is not respectful of agriculture. I appreciate that we put the guardrails in, and I very much appreciate, and especially Ricky, the thing about figuring out ways that we can do more with less. I think that's very useful, but that's down the road. We're talking about rate increases that affect us right now. So please join with me and vote no on this as it stands until we can bring something forward that's respectful of our customer base.
What do you propose?
I propose that we revisit it, Rich. You would have me at a 6%. It's not my fault. It's not Earl's fault that this board didn't raise rates for the last 5 years. If we had done incremental rate increases, this would be a lot softer and we wouldn't be looking at this. We're in a tough spot and I appreciate that. Right now, 6% is more than I want to pay, but I think we could get buy-in from our constituents at a 6% rate increase. As it stands right now, this breaks the back of all my neighbors that spoke today.
Well, okay, so I have a bit of a different perspective, and I do appreciate what you had to say, and I am, I'm a girl, man. It's like I have like not slept. You know, this has been rough. Okay, it's been rough, you guys. That said, you know, NID's mission for 100 years has been to provide water. Our strategic plan and our mission says that we will take care of our long-term infrastructure and water supply reliability, that we will take care of, that we will be stewards of our watershed and resiliency, which is really protecting the source that we all draw from, and that we will be financially sustainable so that we can ensure a long-term delivery of our water. And with respect, I don't think 6% is even in the ballpark, given the amount of capital improvements that are required to carry out our mission. Our mission is simply to supply water. Our mission is not, in my opinion, to be responsible for how someone runs their business. You know, I mean, you talk about, you know, whatever it is, oil companies or grocery stores or, you know, medical suppliers. Everybody has had to change, and we're talking about services that are in medical is the best one, right? It's like they're dropping reimbursements and things are closing and we're getting fewer services. And the medical community has had to make enormous adjustments while the costs rise. And I think it's a very bad thing. However, it isn't, you know, it isn't the job of somebody to help out the doctor. You know, a good friend of mine had to close Yuba Docs because of all of those issues, and he had to close down. He could not sustain the business model that he started with. And it wasn't anybody else's responsibility to hold him up and give him money or give him a break or give him, you know, less costs or less rent or whatever, so that his business could stay unfazed. And I don't think it's NID's job, you know, to subsidize the business. I think it is the ag community's job to figure out ways in which they can adjust. I think it is our job to support them and to do everything we can with grants and, you know, whatever, you know, to assist them, especially the highest water users, so that this can be buffered and be not so bad. But I don't think it is our job. People kept saying, you know, save our farms and, you know, we're going out of business. It's your job to save us. And it's like, it isn't our job to save this group of folks, as hard as that is to say. I'm hoping that through collaborative work, conservation, grants, this whole menu of potential other resources, that we can work with the ag community so that they can continue their business. That said, you know, we heard from, you know, through our own studies that it's like, whatever it is, 50 customers or something that are going to be the worst impacted out of 25,000 customers. So from my perspective, we have this huge infrastructure problem of 140 million that needs, or 138, whatever it is, that really needs to be cared for, nurtured, repaired, replaced, so that the other 25,000, you know, 200 customers in our customer base can rely that the water will come on when they turn their faucets on. And I have compassion, but let's talk about it. This is 12% of the customers. This is 12% of the 25,000 who will be most impacted. So if we make it our mission, which is why I asked that we include this guardrail, to really bear down, develop a grant program, and I would ask the ag community itself. It's like, you know what? rather than making signs and yelling and screaming and threatening directors and stirring distrust and so on, how about coming together, get a working group, figure out what you can help yourselves, come up with some programs, lobby, get, 218 exemptions. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a million things that I could think of. I don't need to recite all of them here, but I would like to see a partnership of the folks who are most impacted, along with help from NID. But I don't believe it's NID's job to keep people in business, I guess. And then lastly, I would just like to say there was a couple of gentlemen who have very overtly threatened directors. They have said, "We will crush you. We will come after you. We will do any number of things and replace you." And what I want to say is, go ahead, because the next 5 people that sit here will have to deal with the same exact issues. They will have a $139 million infrastructure problem that they will have to solve. So if you think you got a better idea, I'm pointing at you, brother. You betcha. You're the man who said you were going to crush me. Oh, yes, you did. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. I don't need to go down that road any further. But I think the point is well taken. It doesn't matter who's sitting here, you guys. It doesn't matter who sits here. Anybody who sits here has to come up with a budget, replace the infrastructure, take care of the Scotts Flat spillway, take care of Combi, take care of the South Yuba Canal. That all costs money, and there's only one place to get it, sadly, and it is from the ratepayers. You talk about bonding, you bond, but who pays the bond payments, you guys? It's the ratepayers. There just doesn't seem like there's any way around this, and it's hard for me, but 6%, Brad, is not going to make a dent in this. And I think we can ask our financial people what they think about that, but I don't think that 6% is the answer. So for that reason, I personally support setting the max rate at 12.5, use our guardrails, do everything we can to be able to bring in the actual rate to something under that, and do the best we can do. That's it for me. Thank you.
Director Johansson, you're next.
Sta bastante. You said it was all for you, but it's enough.
It's enough.
In Spanish, yeah.
Oh, got it.
Odismo. So while I'm in favor, I love the guardrails because it puts us on notice that we have to go to work. We have to go out and get outside money. We have to really think over each year's budget. We do it anyway, but I think it doubles down. We've already, I know Brad once said we need to dip into our reserves. Well, we did 25 million. We've already done that. And to give us this year to think it over. So while I may be in favor of setting a cap at the 12.5 for 5 years, I am not a guaranteed 12.5 every year. And I would love to see it. I'd love to see it reduced as much as possible. But I think we need the flexibility because the stated capital improvement projects that we have right now, that's just the beginning. There are so many. And so I'm looking at, we're going to have to work together to go out. I mean, there's a meeting at 2:00. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but we're asking for if we can change state policy for cap and trade. Farmers, ranchers don't get any cap and trade money, although we did find a little possibility, but there's billions in that money. And who sequesters more carbon than anybody else? Farmers and ranchers. So why can't we get some of that money? Well, it's state of California policy. So we need to work together to change that. There's money out there. We just work together on it and go after it. And we've been looking, and I want to commend the directors, managing directors, because they have found some already. And they're sharpening their pencils, and they're coming up with projects that are cheaper and until, obviously, until the state gets involved and keeps increasing the requirements beyond what are reasonable, in my opinion. So anyway, we got a bad situation. We're just going to have to work together on it. We really have to work together.
That makes my turn. So I had thought about this little speech back and forth. It's ironic that I'm sitting in the middle here because I'm both sides. Well, there's no side to point to, but hear all the discussion. NID has been undercapitalized since its inception. Just read the history book about what's gone down with NID. It was a struggle at the very beginning. It was a huge struggle. NID was actually out asking ratepayers to pay their bills so they could pay their bills at one point in time. In the 50s, we ran out of water, and we know the rest of that history. So I've lived the history. My grandfather and father were involved in the formation of the district. We've received water for 105 years on our ranch, and we are out of the farming business. And it wasn't because water cost too much. It was because the agriculture was changing exponentially. I went from shipping apples to Los Angeles, and the economics of scale put me out of business. I could not fill a full semi truck to get to LA. So I'm in a little bit of I see both sides of the story. I've lived with all these people that are here today, suffered through losses, and when I was on the ag advisor or the water advisory committee before the last rate increase, we looked at the numbers at that time, just like we have now, and I proposed 10% rate increase for those 3 years, and it was soundly defeated to 5%. Okay, and I believe that we're paying the price for that today. And then I also believe it was a mistake to not have incremental raises the past 5 years to buffer what we face today. And so I'm right there with, I feel all the pain, but I don't believe that it's all on the agriculture is going to go out of business because of the water increase, because I've lived the other side of that one. I believe there's a lot more factors going on in California, in our nation, in agriculture in general, all add up to we take a hit because we are small potatoes in Nevada County. Having said all that, I I was shocked when we the first vote we took and board support was largely for the 12%, and I go, whoa, this is. But after examining all the numbers for the past months and seeing what's happened, we have a double whammy going on. We don't just have a rate problem. Now we have a capital expenditure problem that has blown out of proportion for us as a bail and wire Band-Aid district for all these years. So I concur with my fellow board members that say we have to do this now and then work towards what we can do to mitigate that over time. But we can't rub the crystal ball today. We all know, water to me is the, besides land and people, water is the next most important thing to keep us sustained in what we're doing. And I see no other way around it.
Just a comment, I guess. We almost guarantee good quality, reliable water. Almost guarantee. And what I mean by that is that we have a catastrophic failure or Spalding. I heard the comment today that why did we buy South Yuba Canal? So we have control of our water.
Sure.
Spalding is controlled by PG&E. We have no control over Spalding, and there's going to be outages next year. This year.
Multiple years.
Multiple years, and we are looking at Gabe, we're looking at ways to try and get our water around Spalding so we can keep going. So, but anyway, so we as a district almost guarantee good quality, reliable water. If we do that, it comes at a cost. If we are going to look at any way of reducing rates so we can't guarantee good quality, reliable water, I'd almost think that we have to reduce that guarantee. If we dropped our rate increases, I'd almost put another guardrail on there. It says if a section of the district goes down, and with between insurance and reserves and stuff like that, that we cannot guarantee that we can bring it back up with the one to, it might be down for 1 to 5 years. And that would be more catastrophic to anybody else. I mean, we have to balance this. Do we want to be the district that delivers good quality, reliable water, or be like Cuba and we got electricity half the time? You know what I mean? And that's what I kind of see we're doing right here. And I would like to be the district that delivers good quality, reliable water. But if the stomach or the appetite is not there for it, then I think we all have to share in the pain. And it might be my district or Brad's. We're the most vulnerable districts. I mean, our western sides are the longest ditches. They're the most prone to go down. It's terrible, but that's the truth. And those are some of the largest water users too. I would hate to have to put a guardrail or suggest a guardrail that says, well, if that blows out and we can't get it fixed, it might be gone for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 2 years. I don't know. I'm trying to find a solution to deliver good quality, reliable water at a reasonable cost. But it's almost like that three-legged milking stool. You have to find the balance. And I'm not sure where that's at. I think that's the variable right now is good quality, reliable, or the price. I'd like to hear some, if anybody can convince me otherwise, I'd like to hear it.
What does the 9% look like, or 6%?
We could run it really quick. A 6% drives your reserves down to 0 very quickly. You could look at a 9%. So this is, I think, this is just what the risk would be, right? So you could do it. We're already going to have to be reducing the capital expenditures related with the delay of the rate implementation. It does result in $25 million less of revenue received over the 5-year rate period. If the board wants to take consideration of going to something less than the 12.5 as stated, then I would, and Eric can pull the model out, I would recommend you stick with go to the 9.5. And this is what would happen. I have a couple of concerns. One, we still have to make bonding. There is debt and bonding built into the model. We are already planning on issuing debt. So we do have to be able to get through underwriting for bonding purposes. With 9.5, you could be having to go back out for rates early, which is doable. I'm not nervous about that. We could handle it.
Higher than 9.
If you go at 9.5, we might have to go back out for rates early. You might not make it 5 years.
Well, let me understand something. If we set this at 12.5 as our cap, we could come back here in June or July after you have an opportunity to model and say, okay, we're not going to do 12.5% this year. We can get by with 9 or 9.5. We have that option if we set the cap at 12.5. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can always reduce. I think that what Director Fowler is asking is, can we go with something less now, if I'm understanding correctly? Yeah, he's wanting to lower.
You want a lower cap, but we always have the opportunity to choose to do that.
So yes, you do.
Depending on
the opportunity.
Well, and depending on the needs for the infrastructure and bonding and all of those other things that I don't think we can predict right now. I mean, the 12.5 was a solid
Yeah,
based on, our.
It wasn't that solid.
I modeled a
Well,
seven.
really?
So
Oh.
we did
I
model.
don't think the CIP was a solid CIP. That's
So-
what we're talking about.
What we got was 9.5 at 4% would give us $88 million. That was before the delay. And at 12.5% at 4% inflation, it would give us 139 million.
Mhm.
But if it was 6% inflation, which we actually are experiencing, that rate went up to 15.5%.
That's where the 15.
Correct.
That was the highest. We rejected that.
Correct.
And coming down to the 12.5. And so in order to make it work, we said, okay, it's going to be 4% inflation,
Right.
which we know is, oil did come down today. All right. And interest rates were coming
And it
down.
went up,
But
last.
lately, it's gone up.
Yeah.
And so to me, we have to do something because it's like Cuba. They're out of oil, but they got great classic cars that need to be replaced. That, old ones that need to be repaired daily. I don't know, monthly. I don't know. They're classics. But we have a great classic irrigation district, but our repairs are more expensive than replacement. And so we could just Band-Aid the whole thing forever, probably until something catastrophic happened. And that's what we're trying to prevent.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to 9.5, and I believe Eric's putting it in the model, we would be band-aiding it, which we do a great job at, but we would be continuing to do a lot of band-aiding. One of the challenges is we have two having to issue debt service, which we know we already have to do. And then if, one of the big projects comes in high, we would have to go back out for rates early. But Eric, where do the reserves run at 2031 at 9.5s across the board?
So with 9.5s across the board, the revenue at the very end of that period would be about $16.5 million less. However,
16.5 million.
less what?
16.5 million less than the 12.5%.
Including the 25 million that we just set off?
It's on top of that.
So it's 25 plus, so it's 40 million less.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to get clear.
And then
That's not what we saw, though. We saw 139 and 88.
You're talking about the total value of the capital program. Eric is talking about increased revenue over the rate period.
Okay, so and this is just revenue.
Correct.
Yeah. But the important thing to keep in mind is it also is where you're kind of positioning yourself for the next 5 years. And so, you're right now you're catching up to kind of where you need to be. So you'd be catching up slower. So you'd likely it'll probably mean that you would need larger rate increases than you would otherwise in the next 5 years as well to kind of keep up. And you'd probably have to delay some of your capital projects because you to be able to issue the debt you need, you probably would have to delay.
Dustin, can I ask a question? Are we allowed to, under Prop 218, set a cap at 9.5 this year and then 12.5 for the other 4?
Yeah, you, and I, yes, you can.
We've already kicked the can down the road a little bit on the June to January 1st. That's a 25 million lost revenue. I'm not deaf. I can hear the room, but I also do not want to put us in danger. Maybe a 9.5 cap this year, and if the staff can kill it and we get tons of grants and resources in, then it wouldn't even be the 9.5. But I can't guarantee anything right now. But I don't know. I haven't brought this up to the board here, but I'm just making sure that would be legal.
Yeah. So I just want to emphasize a point that you made. Today's item before you is setting the rate schedule, which is the maximum. When you would actually implement rates comes, I believe, in July is the expected time frame of when you would consider rates that would then be effective January 1 of 2027.
Correct.
So what you're proposing is, rather than that rate schedule saying a max of 12.5 each of the 5 years, if I heard you correctly, the first year would be 9.5, and then the trailing 4 years would still be the 12.5.
Correct.
You're changing the schedule, but you're not actually changing what's actually implemented. That's a later decision.
Yes, that's the July decision. That would hopefully be better, but with input from the public and shareholder or stakeholders and all that good stuff like that. Everything's going up. I know that. And I don't know how to balance it all. So I'm throwing ideas out.
Well, Earl, I guess what I'm wondering is if we set it at the 12.5, we could do 9, we could do 8. I mean, we could do whatever we want.
We could. You are absolutely correct.
I mean, so I guess what I'm advocating for is that we give ourselves the biggest amount of room that we can. And then within that, then we can adjust, put the foot on the gas or put on the brake as we see conditions change.
That's a logical, completely engineering approach. And I agree with that. My wife will tell you, I'm not very savvy on the emotional stuff but I'm good on the nerd stuff. But what I'm talking about is.
Love you, Earl.
Before are you laughing?
No, you're great. We love it.
I'll be here all week, guys. But I'm just looking at it from the standpoint is that this might give a little bit of comfort to people.
Immediate comfort to.
Yeah, the panic, just like the January.
Well, we already did the 25 million.
We've already done the 25. I'm just throwing it out there as a discussion, guys.
Yeah, thank you. I think it needs to be talked about because every year we have to justify how the money is going to be spent. And right now, I don't think we have the spillway at Scotts Flat out for bid yet. And when is that coming?
End of 27.
End of 2027.
Okay, so going into 27, we have a list of capital improvements, but how many are really going to be ready to go in 27?
Well, it depends on your budget, right? I mean,
No, I think it depends on
the time.
parts, timing, what's available,
budget and material
chain.
supply chain.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think we're going to see plenty of adjustments every year.
You are going to see adjustments everywhere. So if the board wants to go with 9.5, we will make it work. It could get ugly, but we might have to go back out for rates sooner. It will really depend on how Scotts Flat comes in at, but you're almost putting yourselves back in this position again in 5 years, because remember the stair step, right? So you're starting lower on the steps again, but you're probably be looking at, I don't know. It's hard to say off the cuff, at something in the 10s for that 6 to 10 year period.
Well, and 9.5 is 3% less than 12.5. So is that 3% difference? Is that a make or break? I'm asking. I don't know.
I think
3% is?
Well, I think it's responsive to the concerns that have.
It is responsive to the concerns. And then I have to ask of our 25,000 customers, you talk about weighing and balancing, Earl, and I get that. And so are we?
Call the question. Mr. Chair, call the question.
Okay. I agree. Let's call the question.
Which question?
The question is,
I know, I don't know.
it's a parliamentary procedure.
The motion with the guardrails.
Stop talking and take a vote. That's what it is. Okay. And we can do that. Do I have a motion on the resolution?
I would move to approve resolution number 2026-25, adopting the new water service rate schedule as is presented to the board of directors.
And
with the amendment.
With the guardrails.
the amendment.
With the amendments, with the Earl.
Down.
Yes.
Oh, wait, don't we have to amend this with Earl's amendment first? How are you going to do this?
I'm going to do it the old
Mr. President? Okay.
Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You need my guardrail comments?
I have it written down. So, resolution 2026-25, adopting new water service rate schedule as included in the packet with the exception of the following amendments. 6F will be amended to read, the Board of Directors will discuss the cost benefit of infrastructure improvements prior to approval of any capital improvement project. Further, item 6 will be amended to add subsection H. The Board of Directors hereby directs that unspent capital funds will not be spent on new projects that are not required to address an emergency repair, a required regulation, or critically needed to continue water delivery, or are related to a grant project that will have revenue that offsets grant expenditures.
Did you second? Who made the move?
So I started the move. I would move to approve the resolution 2026-25 as read by Jennifer.
As amended.
As amended by Jennifer. Yes.
Did I have a second?
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Question first. This is treated and raw water.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. And then later on, we vote on separate
later on
percentages.
Yeah.
And when you come with the capital improvement project, then we vote on whatever percentage
Correct.
is going to go forward for the following year.
The action that would be taken today would be establishing maximum rates separately for each customer class, which is irrigation and treated water. When actual rates are set during the annual budget adoption process, the guardrails will be implemented individually based off of customer class. So, for example, if a large amount of external funds was received for Scott's Flat Spillway in that particular incident, both treated water and raw water would benefit from those external funds because if you recall, treated water pays a portion of raw water costs. Raw water does not pay a portion of treated water costs. On the flip side of that coin, if funds were received for a treated water only project that was only for treated water service, the raw water rates would not be decreased as the treated water rates. So any decreases moving forward in the future would be essentially implemented separately.
Right.
In addition, if we had a large CIP for a treated water event, their rates could be higher for the next year.
Up to the cap.
The cap.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I don't find a difference between 12.5 and 9.5 that much. And I like the flexibility, but I also like the fact that we're going to have to go to work and really find extra money and work together and get this thing solved. So I'll second.
Thank you.
All right, moved and seconded. We adopt resolution 2026-25, adopting new water service rate schedules. Any further discussion by the board?
So does this mean that the 9.5 for year one would not be part of it?
Correct.
Well, unless we choose in June or July to make it that.
No. I
Yeah.
mean, we're not talking cap.
No, the cap, no, as presented, it is the 12.5% cap. Then with all the other little moving parts that are under it.
The motion made is to adopt the water rates as noticed. If you desire to modify that motion, you have to
Do a new motion.
do a new motion.
Have to amend the resolution. Yeah.
A board member can recommend an amendment.
Second, we ask for more discussion. That's where we are.
I'm thinking. I understand it's a cap, but I would like to put it at 9.5 for the first year just to alleviate some concerns.
Okay, then make that in a form of amendment.
Substitute motion. I would like to make a substitute motion that the first year, the cap is set at 9.5%.
Second. More discussion. I'll go first. I'll say I'm not in favor.
Me neither.
I'd like to hear, does it make a difference?
Say?
Does it make a difference
Well, we're not.
to the ag? I
No, we're talking to the consultant.
I know that.
To the consultant. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you were pointing to.
I am.
I don't think it's a substantive.
I mean, if it makes a difference, yes.
Yeah, I don't think it makes a
But
difference.
if it doesn't,
See if we can.
Yeah, but it's
If we can.
it's the tail wagging the dog.
I think the ball is.
You want me? Okay, sorry, just making sure. I wasn't sure if there was still deliberation.
Yes.
The 9.5 versus 7.5%, I mean, versus 12.5%. It's important, you need to fund things. So it's important to, I think both are moving in the right fiscal direction. The earlier increases, because, everything compounds, having a lower increase in the first year has a bigger impact than if you did a lower increase in the last year. Because you're starting from, you're maybe a third step behind. You're not skipping rates for a year, but you're not doing it as much as 12%. So you're kind of every year after that, you're a partial step behind.
How much total revenue is reduced doing a 9.5 for year one over the 5-year rate term?
I will.
Be something less than 16 million.
Yes, I'll have that number in like 1 minute.
1 minute.
Now, I am not going to not push for a much lower rate based on what grant monies, what things we can do. And I'm also going to push really hard that we work with RCD and RCS and stuff like that to get people's water usage down and accomplish the same thing. Because I think that's going to be a rate cut on the backside. But I don't know. I know that we're going to get sticker shock on everything we're dealing with right now. And I think that's why I would not want to take that cap off for years 2 through 5. But I think the first year it might be worth doing.
The reduction of the rates in the first year to 9.5% increase is a reduction of approximately $5 million over the rate term. Which we can.
Well, but it's not substantive.
Why?
Terribly.
Pardon?
I said 5 million over 5 years. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Or 5 million per year.
5 million over 5 years.
5 million over 5 years. So it's
So if you go to 9.5s across the board, it's about 16 million over the 5 years.
And if you go 9.5 in year one, I'm just repeating so I can understand. Then it is 5 million over the 5 years or 1 million a year.
It's not quite like that, but yes, it's 5 million over the 5 years.
Over the 5 years. So about 1 million a year. I don't know how substantive that is, but either way.
I think it's not unlike the hangman allowing me to choose the rope.
I do not want this to be Nevada Irrigation District of Social Security either. So
Right.
I am not wanting this to be Nevada Irrigation District of Social Security either. So I'm trying to make sure that we survive, but I'm also cognizant of the pain points. And I'm working at it from both angles, not just monetary, but, reduction of use and accomplishing the same thing. I mean, like
The reduction of use comes with revenues loss.
not necessarily.
Well, okay, broad brush.
Yeah, broad brush. If we have, there's certain canals that have waiting lists for 20 years. And if that it just so happens that we can reduce person A by 10% and they can still accomplish the same thing. And then we can let somebody else on a canal that has been wanting to get on there. We haven't got a revenue loss, but we've got probably 2 happy people versus 2 angry people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think the revenue loss that we're gonna see in agriculture is even attributed into the study. We're just assuming that everybody just continues to pay for the water they're buying, and I don't think that's even penciled into
Yeah,
this.
that's not gonna, it's not static.
We're gonna have attrition,
Yeah.
and that's not even figured into these rates.
I think it's going to be variable. Yeah, I think there's going to be some people up, some people down. You're right. I don't know what it is.
So,
Well, and I'm hopeful like you, Earl, that we can, work as one of our guardrails to get grants and other sources of funding, Prop 4 funding. I love the idea of getting support for Prop 4 money. I've met with a couple of our federal representatives to try and get some of those, we used to call them earmarks. Got a sort of a soft commitment from one of them for 4 million, but who knows, right? The federal government is.
So where are we?
Yeah. So where we are is you wanted to offer an amendment.
I offered
Made a motion.
And Brad seconded his amendment.
I still have one more question. So why can't we vote on a different rate for raw water right now and a different cap for treated water?
Because I don't think we didn't go out with.
You can.
Good question.
The treated water infrastructure is less sensitive, or the rate base is less sensitive because there's so many of them. So they're splitting cost over a much larger amount of people.
Yep.
I would recommend, for, I guess, consideration of fairness, that we apply it equally. Any rate reduction over what's noticed. I think it might cause confusion with the customers. So one way to look at it is the high CIP was 138 million. Right. And the low CIP was 89. Right.
Or 88 and one, yeah.
So if you go to the reduction, if you did 9.5s across the board, you're still, you're getting into low CIP territory. However, we operate under that condition now. Your risk would be going back out early for new rates. I do think that we will be successful in getting external funding for Scotts Flat. We've already done a lot of advocacy for it. Greg has really been out advocating for external funding. I have as well. We've been working with regional statewide partners. I would just want the warning to be very solid that if you go with 9.5,
we're taking a bigger risk.
You're taking a bigger risk. And if we have to go back out for rates early.
If we had to go back out for rates early, would they then have to be higher than the 12.5%?
Yeah.
You could be kicking the can depending on, but the other thing that time buys you, right, is it buys you more information on these huge projects that we're worried about what the bids are going to come in at. So you'll have a better sense of what's right now. Construction's just so volatile. Bids are coming in extremely high. Will that tend to calm down a little bit? Usually when we hit into a actual recession, we tend to see construction costs decrease significantly. The challenge with any recession right now, it's that if it does fully go into a recession, it's more tied to factors that we haven't seen in a long time driving the economy: cost of oil, energy, labor shortages. I just want you to have options.
Is there a school of thought that it might be better, I'm asking, to fix the rates at whatever, 12.5 or 9.5, whatever, for the 5 years, so that we are not in danger, our customers are not in danger of then having to go back out and having yet an even bigger increase?
That's the risk, right? So if you go down, when we run the model, if we look at the years 6 through 10 and the projections, and we're not setting rates for 6 through 10, but we do look at potential rates for years 6 through 10 to understand what's happening. And when we originally had the July implementation date, we were looking that, okay, we might, in years 6 through 10, we might be looking at a 7%, which would be great. With these modifications, and specifically time matters more than the percentage, right? So no matter what, I do recommend you adopt a rate. With the lookout, once we made the delay of the implementation, then we're kind of looking at 10s moving forward. And it all has to actually be redone with Prop 218, but we like to see what decisions we're making now will impact later. So if you want to lower the rates, you could potentially end up hiring this next rate period.
Okay,
So I have a question.
go ahead. I have a comment.
Okay, so the 9.5 and the 12.5 were based on 4% inflation. And within the last 2 weeks, we are now looking at maybe another $10 million of capital improvement projects that have to be done when? Like at Four Lake and the Penstock?
So Fuller Lake is still unknown. Fuller Lake is related to, it's a PG&E owned facility, and they are going through the Part 12D analysis that we are currently doing. So they have been they're doing some geotechnical investigation to determine whether or not they have a seismic related issue or liquefaction issue related with that facility. That facility is very small, but all of our water goes through it. So if they are required to drop or lower the surface water elevation of Fuller Lake, we would be put into a position of needing to bypass our water, and that would likely look like a $1 million pipeline. We haven't received any input back yet as to what the results of, unless Peter knows, the results of their investigation are. So we don't know. Loma Rica does need some work, but we, to the extent of what that work is yet, we haven't fully scoped it out.
And the Penstock is around 8 million.
The penstocks are unknown. We did pull some bids related to the penstocks from Placer County Water Agency that recently bid a full penstock recoding, and those projects their bid came in around $5 million, but it's a different size penstock. It's about half as big as our penstock. So once again, what is the economy of scale? We haven't bid out a full recoding of a penstock recently.
And that has to be done this year, next year?
We're going to do additional analysis in our fall outage.
So possibly next year.
It depends on, we do know that there's damage to the penstock lining. There's pitting and other types of pockets. To the extent that it needs to be recoded, we have to get back in there during an outage to go and inspect it. It's a very challenging confined space. It's extremely dangerous to inspect it. So it has to be done during a full outage. And then at that time, we will have a project teed up to be able to recode it if we need to.
And that's the Chicago Park Hydro, which is around 42 megs.
39.
39.
There's 2 penstocks.
About half of our revenue from hydro.
Yeah, so it would be highly problematic if Chicago Park came offline.
Yeah. Okay. And so maybe next year, but it seems like with an aging infrastructure, we get these gifts all the time or surprises.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the age of our infrastructure, the age it's becoming, it's posing the need for a lot more repairs that are quickly coming. Also has a lot to do with the ramped up regulatory requirements related to dam safety, as well as we know Yuba Water Agency just recently had their issues with their penstock at Colgate. We do anticipate inspection requirements, regulatory requirements for penstocks in general will probably be heightened.
Jen, when we did our hydro thing last week, I think I asked, or somebody asked, what of these hydro projects are not in our CIP? And I just want to make sure I have this correct. One was the penstock lining, which my notes showed 8 million. Chicago Park Rewind, 20 million. Combi Dam, 20 million. Chicago Park Transformer Replacement at 4 million. Are none of these?
No, some of those are.
Some of them already in there. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Chicago Park one has been in.
Yeah, the Chicago Park Rewind has been in there forever.
But Transformer is the top priority.
And then the Rollins 12Ds and sediment, is that also in our current CIP, the 139 million?
No, so the projects you're referencing from the hydropower presentation, they are included in the hydropower capital. They're not included in the water capital that's directly feeding into this rate study.
Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you.
It would reduce any available funds that we could potentially offset water capital expenditures with.
Okay, thank you.
I'm willing to take a little little risk that also propose, I don't get to make motions here, so I'm going to propose it.
Into the mic.
I'm going to propose it so that he can change the motion is to set the rates at 9.5, is it? Or what's the 9 or 9.5?
9.5
Okay,
first year.
If we could go to 10,
There we
I'd
go.
have my 10 from
From
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would be taking some risk and come down a little. So there we have it.
Set the cap at 10
Yeah.
for the 5 years and then set the rates in July, the actual
Yes.
rates in
Yep.
July.
Set the cap at 10 for all 5 years or for the first year?
He was only proposing for the first year.
Right. I just want to get clear what you're proposing. The cap. at 10.
Every time something's touched, it
We had,
changes.
we had a 9.5, 12, 12.5, 12.5.
Right.
And a second.
Right, okay. So 9.5 is not that far off.
Call for the.
But that was only for
1 year.
1 year, and then what?
And the cap,
12.5.
the cap would be 9.5 for 1 year, first year, and then years 2 through 4, the cap would be set at 12.5, but the guardrails would be in place so that we, hopefully we never get near that.
Mhm.
That's the intent.
We'll go with that. What,
I made the motion.
I made a motion. It was seconded.
Brad
Any more
seconded.
discussion?
Uh,
You look like,
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on where we were at.
went back to his original motion.
So you are at 9.5.
Right.
Year one, 12.5 moving forward.
Yes.
As the
Uh, As the cap. I am going to ask for a recess so that we can do, calculate a new rate
Great.
schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll probably need 20 minutes.
We'll be in recess for 20 minutes or thereabouts. We're live. Hey, meeting's back in order, back in session. Let's see, we had, we went out to get, see what the rates look like. We change them.
Yeah.
Correct?
Board, you had a substitute motion on the table, just as a reminder for a 9.5% cap year one, followed by 12.5% cap years 2 through 5. We have a modified resolution and track changes, as well as a new rate schedule that we can present to you. And Chris, if you wouldn't mind displaying that, please. Sure. It's not showing, yeah, okay. Okay. So on resolve paragraph 5 there, we now have an exhibit A, which is the new rate schedule to conform to the motion on the table. And then we have the changes to resolve paragraph 6 that we've already discussed. Jen has read, but we've incorporated into the resolution.
Does the revised rate schedule show the percentages?
I'm not seeing it.
I don't see the percent.
No, they does not. So we're actually adopting rates, not percentages. We discuss the increases in the terms of percentages, which is a reference to the percentage increase of revenue received. We recalculate the rates. That's why I wanted to go have Eric double check the actual rates. So the former resolution, section 5, previously referenced the Proposition 218 noticed rates, which was attached. We have struck that reference and instead have replaced it with the words as set forth in Exhibit A. And we have prepared Exhibit A, which reflects the rate modification proposed by Director Stevens through the revised motion that's before the board. So what's before the board right now is the revised resolution, as I previously stated, which included the modification of guardrail D as in dog, and the addition of guardrail H.
It's the new one.
That was the new.
As well as now referencing a new Exhibit A, which would become the new maximum rates. Okay.
Okay.
Is there any questions?
Any questions? Any comments? Okay. So on the table, we have a motion to amend the rate schedule, the proposed rates, nine and a half first year, 12 and a half.
Years 2 through 4.
through
2 through 5.
Okay. I flipped once, now I'm gonna flop back to being opposed to that amendment.
Is that the one we just spent 20 minutes building?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So recall board, this is a substitute motion.
Mhm.
So if the substitute motion passes, then you don't even discuss the first motion. If the substitute motion does not pass, then you go back to the original motion.
So then we call for the vote on the substitute motion. Is that?
I'm confused with this terminology substitute. I call them amendments, but I believe it's the same thing.
Okay.
You're gonna say, Rich? Public comment. We're not doing public comment in this segment. They had their public comment. Okay, there's no further discussion. We'll have a vote on the substitute motion.
So we had Director Stevens as a first. Director Fowler was the
Was
second.
a second. Yeah. Okay, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I think I'm no, but I want to make sure what I'm.
You know.
I'm no. Yeah.
No.
Okay, so the substitute motion failed. Now you're reverted back to the original motion.
As amended by the new.
Well,
No.
Then it's 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12.
It's 12 and a half.
The other red line parts is what I meant.
I think they just need.
Correct. Yeah. Chris, would you mind putting back up the resolution, please? So to revert back to the original motion, which is 12.5% max for each year for 5 years, we would go back to the original language in resolve paragraph 5. So the schedule of fees and charges as set forth in the Proposition 218 notice is hereby adopted. The other amendments that the board has discussed related to the guardrails in resolve paragraph 6, those are still included in the motion.
Great. But do you need a separate motion to approve this revised? No, you don't. Okay, I didn't think so.
You made the motion
Right.
with those edits to 6.
That's correct. Okay, great. So we still have a motion on the
We still
table?
have a motion
Okay.
to adopt the resolution. As
Can we restate the motion and with the percentages?
12.5% for each of the 5 years beginning January 1st, 2027. No? Yes?
No, that's correct.
That's correct.
You're actually adopting
We're adopting the rate schedule
as noticed
as
As
noticed
in the
to
proposition.
the public in the Prop 218 notice.
And that is lower though than the original.
What? No,
Yeah.
it's 12.5% all the way along. It's 12.5%
So the
for
exhibit,
each of the next 5 years.
exhibit A away.
This one away.
No.
Yeah, this one just failed.
That one just failed.
37, 50, 99.
This is the one we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
This one failed.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, too bad.
it is a 16%. Not a 12 now.
No, it's
It's a
12.5.
total of a 12.5% increase in revenue. That's how we've been.
Of revenue.
Revenue, but it is
That's
6% rate increase.
12.5%.
They're all shifted, right? So treated water, because of their volumetric rate.
Right.
It's all a little bit different, but.
Okay.
So please
So
refer. to
my
the-
motion is to adopt the rate schedule as was it set forth in the rate schedule of fees. Shit, pardon me.
the number 5 there.
Yeah. Help me out, Jennifer. So the intent is to adopt the rate schedule as presented in our Prop 218 notice, which was
And that is
12.5% for each of the 5 years of the rate scheduling.
correct. That is as I understand your motion, and
Yeah.
that is the schedule that is included in your agenda packet.
Thank you. That is
You can disregard Exhibit A that we just presented to
Yeah.
you. and
Right.
Just put on to the screen.
okay.
So paragraph 5 is the only thing that will be changing on this latest vote.
Yes. Director Heck's motion was to adopt the resolution as amended, with those amendments being those reflected in sections.
Language changes, your language, your additional guardrail, and then my little one change of discuss versus whatever.
One word change.
One word change. Yeah.
Chris, I don't know if you can do this on the fly, but can you reject the change to section 5 and go back to the original language?
Are we all clear, or would you like me to read it?
Why don't you read it out
Okay.
so that everybody is clear? Thank
Whole
you.
resolution.
Okay, the motion
Yeah.
before the board currently includes the previously amended by motion resolution, which only includes the following amendments. Section 6, subsection D will be amended to read, the Board of Directors will discuss the district's receipt of extraordinary external revenue, if any, for the purpose of potentially lowering annual rate increases. The second change and only other change is also the addition, section 6, subsection H. The Board of Directors hereby directs that unspent capital funds will not be spent on new projects that are not required to address an emergency repair, a required regulation, or critically needed to continue water delivery, or are related to a grant project that will have revenue that offsets grant expenditures.
Perfect.
Can I get a clarification? What's the difference between considered and discuss?
I had that thought. Thanks for asking. No, there's no difference. It's the same.
I don't know if consider is a legal term which you have to make a vote on, or a presentation. Discuss just means have a good time. I don't.
Yeah, I think that language originally came from me. What I was thinking is that it would be deliberated in an open public meeting.
Thank you.
I don't think, for practical purposes, I don't think there's a difference between discuss and consider.
Didn't know if it was a legal thing there. Well, I'm very much in favor of the guardrails. I'm a little on the fence as to whether or not it would help our guys with the 9.5, 12, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5. So.
Well, we have a motion. Can we call for the vote?
Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, will call the roll, please.
Yes, Division 5.
We had a motion a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Rich was the second.
I believe. Do you have that way, Chris, for the?
I have Ricky Heck as making the motion and second by Rich Johansson.
Right. All right, go ahead. For the.
Division 5.
Boy, I'm in love with the 9.5.
Jeez.
Is that a yes or no, sir?
Well, we didn't get it, did we?
We can do it in July.
Yes, we can do it in July.
No, I will do it in July at less. Yes.
Thank you.
Division 4.
I'm going to guarantee we get it until July, but I'm going to say no. I already know how the board's going.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3.
Hey.
Division 2.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Right. You. The marathon, folks.
That was a marathon.
Thank you all for coming. We
No,
will.
not until the president says we are.
Let's who's talking.
No.
We will stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to the staff. Great job.